Good evening and welcome. Welcome to the October 24th, 2022 meeting of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. We are glad you decided to join this evening. Established by state law, our Planning Commission is composed of 7 volunteer voting age residents of Menlo Park appointed to 4-year terms by the City Council. Our Planning Commission is not a policy setting body. That is the City Council. We are a policy implementing body. We review development proposals on public and private lands for compliance with our city's general plan and zoning ordinance, which can be found on the city website. The commission reviews all development proposals requiring a use permit, architectural control, variance, minor subdivision, and environmental review associated with these projects. The commission is the final decision-making body for these applications unless appealed to the City Council. The commission also serves as a recommending body to the City Council for major subdivisions, rezonings, conditional development permits, zoning ordinance amendments, general plan amendments, and the environmental reviews and below market rate or BMR housing agreements associated with these projects. It is in this capacity that we will be acting on the one agenda item before us this evening. We work in close partnership. In fact, we greatly rely on the staff of our city's planning division, which is responsible for coordinating the enforcement of the city's zoning ordinance and related policies concerning applications for residential, commercial, and industrial development projects. If this is your first time joining a Planning Commission meeting this evening, we are especially glad that you are here, and we encourage your active participation, whether you're an applicant or an interested member of the public. I'll turn now to our clerk this evening, Christine Began, so she can explain exactly how you can participate during the course of this evening's meeting. Christine, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi. Regarding procedures for communicating, the commissioners will have their webcams on for the duration of the meeting. For those presenting on an item on tonight's agenda, we kindly ask that you also turn on your microphone and webcam during your presentation for your item. A member of the staff will assign you keyboard and mouse controls if you are displaying a presentation for your item. We then kindly ask that you turn on your webcam and microphone when done with the presentation portion of your item, unless called upon by the chair. During the public comment period, members of the public will have an opportunity to share their comments or questions by clicking on the hand icon on your screen, upon which staff will introduce you and activate your microphone. Alternatively, for those calling in to tonight's meeting, please press *9 on your keypad to notify staff that you have a comment. For any members of the public who are sharing a Zoom account or phone line with another commenter during this meeting, please inform staff at the start of your public comment, and staff will ensure that the other commenter speaks after you finish your comments. With that said, I hand it back to you, Chair DeCardi.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation and for your help throughout this evening. With that, let me turn to item B on our agenda. That's roll call. I'll ask each commissioner to unmute and identify their presence verbally as well, just so we can check microphones. I'll do my best to do alphabetical order as usual, beginning with Commissioner Barnes.
Good evening.
Commissioner Doe.
Present. Good evening.
Vice Chair Harris.
Present. Hi, everyone.
Commissioner Riggs.
Good evening.
And Commissioner Tate.
Present.
So that is 6 commissioners present. We have 1 open seat right now. So we have all 6 of the currently seated planning commissioners with us this evening. I'll now turn to item C in our agenda, which is reports and announcements. And for that, I turn to Planning Manager Parada, I believe.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair DeCardi and members of the commission. So let's see, we do have one report announcement from staff today. Basically, for the housing element update that the city is working on, we did receive comments from the state's housing and community development department, and so those are now available on the city's housing element project webpage. So the commission and members of the community might be interested in reviewing those comments from the state HCD. And that concludes my reports and announcements.
Any questions from commissioners of Mr. Parada? All right, seeing none, we will now move to item D, which is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the commission on any subject not listed on the agenda and items listed under consent calendar. Each speaker may address the commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The commission cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. So this is public comment on any item that is not on our agenda later this evening. And I will now turn to Ms. Began to run us through that process.
Sorry, having technical difficulties.
No worries. Take your time to get it in place. No problem. Is there anything we can do to help?
This time, I do see a comment. I'm sorry.
That's great. Why don't we go ahead and do that then?
Sorry, one moment. Okay. Okay, so I will now introduce Victoria Robledo.
Hi.
Hi. As a reminder, you will have 3 minutes to share your comment or question. Please clearly state your first and last name and address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your organization affiliation.
Okay, my name's Victoria Robledo. I reside in District 1. I am a native of the Bay Area, currently residing in Bellhaven. And I thank you, commissioners, first and foremost, for your time. I know as we're moving forward with the Willow Village, I do have quite a few concerns. I'm sure many of you are aware of the square footage of the square miles in terms of Menlo Park, 17 miles for the entire city, 0.54 miles for Bellhaven. And yet the rate in which we are pushing this construction is pretty astronomical. Not to mention the surveys recently conducted by Bay Area Air Quality shows that Bellhaven has the highest rate of asthma, 51% of the community. Not to mention we have the worst air in Bellhaven, in Menlo Park. And my concern is this increase of traffic when our seniors are 50 feet away from Willow Road, when those cars sit idly. All of that carbon monoxide, which people use to kill themselves, is being inhaled by this community. You know, we're surrounded by 4 freeways and expressways. I don't need to share that with you. And yet all the positive calls that keep coming in about Willow Village tend to be from people who don't reside in Bellhaven and won't have the greatest impact of the increase. And I'm also concerned about the construction hours. You're saying 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. is ridiculous. We live through the pounding of Facebook, waking up at 1 o'clock in the morning. Most construction sites are 8 to 5, maybe 6. I was a carpenter, local 405. Also, 800 tree removals removed from that area, and the city approving over 276 of those trees, which are heritage, is crazy. We're suffering from poor air quality and you want to tear down more trees. There is no benefit of replanting. We'll all be dead by the time they grow and have a benefit, benefit effect for us. Also, The mixed, the affordable housing, I think, should be prioritized to those who have been displaced in this area, specifically Bellhaven. And also, I don't think we need another hotel. We have NIA here. I think I'm asking and pleading that the planning commissioners be a little bit empathetic to the amount of people and cars. We're talking 80,000 cars now pass on Dumbarton Bridge through our crossway, and half of them don't reside here. And I'm asking that we really look at reducing some of the housing. It hasn't started. We originally were going to do 1,000, now it's up to 17. And I'm pleading that we really think about the air quality and the impact that is greatest affected by all of this construction, which is Bellhaven. And I still don't see where we see the impact of construction on our marshlands, our endangered species there, and the soil contamination. And I'm really hoping that I don't think there's a commissioner that lives in Bellhaven, maybe one. And so we're the ones that live through this cut through traffic. And yet we got the other side of town complaining about 90 homes. We got 4,000 and a village. So I ask that you come and spend some time over here and see the impact. Because when those trucks start driving down the road and our buses, we're gonna feel that air already. And I'm appreciative that we're getting purifiers to keep our house, the air in our homes clear, but when we step out of our homes, it's killing us. And with that, I thank you again for your time, for your energy, and I hope that you really have compassion about what is being done to this community here of a square footage of 0.54 miles here and 17 square miles in all of Menlo Park. Thank you so much. Be safe and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have other public comments on items not on the agenda this evening?
I do see a comment. It's from Eugenia Borgo. So as a reminder, you will have 3 minutes to share your comment or question. Please clearly state your first and last name and address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your organization affiliation. And just as a reminder for others to calling into tonight's meeting, please press *9 on your keypad to notify staff that you have a comment. And I've activated your microphone. Eugenia, are you there? Eugenia. Okay. Eugenia, can you please unmute so that we can hear you? Okay, it looks like Eugene is having a little bit of technical difficulties. Let's move on to the commenter with the phone number ending in 3475. As a reminder, you have 3 minutes to share your comment or question. Please clearly state your first and last name and address and political jurisdiction in which you live or your organization affiliation. And so now you may speak, person 3475. Thanks. And you'll need to unmute because it looks like you're muted.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. My name is Danielle Duncan. I reside here in Menlo Park, and I would like to ask that we move forward with the construction in Menlo Park with the union workers. It would create great jobs and quality work for the area. I am a single mom in the area, and it would mean a lot to me and other people who work within my union to be able to work in our community. it's a good way to show pride to our families, our kids, and be able to not have to travel so far for work. Having this job site in the area would mean that I get to wake up with my kids, take them to school, pick them up from daycare, and get them dinner ready and put to bed when I have to travel so far for work, for union work out of the area. It creates less time for my family, less quality work when it's outside of the union. And yeah, that's really all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay,
comment.
thank you.
Let's try Eugenia again. Hi, Eugenia, can you please try your microphone again?
So through the chair, if I,
Yes, of course.
My
So-
apologies.
so
Thank you. My apologies.
I just want to reiterate that any comments on the Willow Village project would be best for, or should be provided to the commission during the public hearing on that item. And so I just want to make a reminder now, and I just wanted to step in before any other public comments moving forward, if any of them are for Willow Village, if those commenters could wait till the public comment period on the public hearing item for the Willow Village master plan. We would appreciate that.
Okay. So we're going to try Eugenia again. Hi, Eugenia, can you please try your microphone again? Can you try to speak? Thanks. Okay, Eugenia, can you try calling in maybe?
To Mr. Parada, is there a way we could move on to the consent calendar and perhaps return once the technical issue was addressed?
Through the chair, it's the city attorney.
Hi there.
Hi, Chair DeCardi. Yes, if we can move on, I think that's acceptable. We can allow public comments on items not related to Willow Village when we take public comment during Willow Village, to allow Eugenia the opportunity to connect.
Okay. Before I move on, I saw connecting to audio happening. Eugenia, can you hear us and can you speak at this moment? Okay, with that direction from the city attorney, we'll go ahead and close item D, public comment, and recognize that we can take a comment not on the Willow Village project during that public comment period later on this evening. Thank you, and thank you to everybody who is attempting to speak. I know it can be difficult and frustrating to work the technology, and we'll do our very best to make sure that everybody who has a comment will be able to be heard and overcome some of the technical difficulties if we have them. With that, we'll move on to item E, which is our consent calendar. We have 3 items on the consent calendar tonight. So my first question to commissioners is, would anybody like to pull one or more items from the consent calendar? Seeing nothing along those lines, then do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar and a second? Commissioner Riggs.
I just have to note that I will be abstaining from these votes.
Okay. Commissioner Doe.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? I will gladly make the second. So a motion to approve Commissioner Doe, a second from Chair DeCarty. We'll move in alphabetical order, beginning with Commissioner Barnes.
Yes.
Commissioner Doe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs,
Abstain.
Commissioner Tate. You may have been on mute, Commissioner Tate.
Oh, sorry. Abstain.
I will vote yes. I believe that's 4 yes, 0 no's, 2 abstains. The consent calendar is approved. And with that, we will move on to public hearing. We have one item this evening, item F. I'm going to pause and check in with Planning Manager Parada to see if I should read the entirety in the agenda, or if there is a truncated version that I would be allowed to read in order to begin the process this evening.
Yes, thank you, Chair DeCarty. I did just send to your email, you may not have seen it, some shortened notes that you could read. Otherwise, the first paragraph, the bullet points, and then the release date, the final EIR, and then identifying that the Planning Commission's a recommending body would be appropriate summary.
All right, I have just gone to your email, so I can read that. Thank you. So item F is to adopt a resolution recommending the City Council certify the final environmental impact report, that's the final EIR, adopt California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA findings, adopt a statement of overriding considerations for significant and unavoidable impacts, amend the general plan circulation element, rezone the project site, and amend the zoning map to incorporate X overlay district, and approve the conditional development permit, that's a CDP, approve the vesting tentative maps for the main project site and the Hamilton Avenue parcels, approve the development agreement, that's the DA, and approve the below market rate or BMR housing agreements for the proposed Willow Village Master Plan project located at 1350 to 1390 Willow Road, 925 to 1098 Hamilton Avenue, and 1005 to 1275 Hamilton Court, 1399 and 1401 Willow Road, and 871 through 883 Hamilton Avenue. Proposed project would demolish approximately 1 million square feet of existing office and industrial buildings and redevelop the project site with up to 1.6 million square feet of office and accessory uses, a maximum of up to 1.25 million square feet of offices with balance for accessory uses, up to 200,000 square feet of retail commercial uses, including a grocery store, pharmacy, entertainment, and restaurant uses, up to 1,730 housing units, including 312 below market rate units, of which 119 would be age-restricted senior housing units, up to a 193-room hotel and associated retail dining, an approximately 3.5 acre publicly accessible park, a dog park, and an additional public open space, an approximately 1.5 acre publicly accessible town square, an approximately 2 acre publicly accessible elevated park extending over Willow Road, providing access to the Hamilton Avenue parcel north, Belhaven Shopping Center, and a potential publicly accessible below grade tunnel for Meta intercampus trams, bicyclists, and pedestrians connecting the project with the west and east campuses. The final EIR pursuant to CEQA was released Friday, October 14th, 2022. The final EIR identifies significant and unavoidable impacts in the following topic areas: air quality and noise. Impacts in all other topic areas were found to be less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. The Planning Commission is a recommending body on the EIR and the requested land use entitlements for the proposed project. Thank you for that shorter summary, Mr. Parada. And with that, I will turn it over to you to begin item F this evening.
Thank you, Chair DeCarty and members of the Planning Commission. I do have a brief staff presentation this evening, and so we'll wait to get that started here. Following staff's presentation, we would move to the applicant team to make a presentation, and then we do have our EIR consultant, ICF, to provide a presentation to the Planning Commission on the final EIR. And so let's see, do I have controls of the screen? Yes. All right, hang on one second. So before we get started here, I do have a few updates. So there were 22 additional items of correspondence that were provided to the Planning Commission. Those comment letters and emails are also attached to the agenda for the evening. There also is a correction to the staff report that I'd like to point out. And so let me see here. If you go to table 10 in the report, it's page 18 and 19. The individual items for the community amenities, the dollar amounts are correct. The totals, however, do not add up. That's my mistake. So the column with the original evaluation or value from the city and the city's consultant BAE should actually be 254.5 million approximately. And then the revised valuation should be 187,164,410. So I'll read that full one out. And then the net is approximately 66.8. So apologies for the issue there, but that concludes my updates. And so I'll move into the presentation. Here we go. Okay, so just a little bit of context for the commission and members of the community here. So the project is located on the main project site here. That's the 1350 Willow Road through 1390 Willow Road, and then the Hamilton Court and Hamilton Avenue addresses that the chair read off is approximately 60 acres. We do have, as part of the project, the Hamilton Avenue parcels. So those are related to the realignment of the Hamilton Avenue right of way. So we call those Hamilton Avenue North and South. The north parcel is 871 to 899 Hamilton Avenue, and then 1401 Willow Road. The south parcel includes a Chevron service station. That's 1399 Willow Road. So just a little bit of context there. Site location along Willow Road between the Hetch Hetchy right away on the south and the Dumbarton corridor on the north. The life science Menlo Technology or Menlo Business Park is to the east in the Adams Drive, Adams Court area. The existing site here is shown in red for the main project site and dashed black lines for the Hamilton Avenue parcels north and south. The main project site currently has about 1 million square feet of existing office, R&D, and warehousing manufacturing uses. The entire project site would be demolished and reconstructed as part of the project. And so the applicant will go into more detail on the project components, but just to help familiarize the Planning Commission and the community here, this is the proposed site plan. A couple of things to point out in terms of the numbering that you'll see here. The number 1 in the middle is the town square that's referenced throughout the staff report. Item 10A is the office campus, and 10B is the meeting and collaboration space within the office. Number 6 is the elevated park that's referred to throughout the staff report, including the segment over Willow Road, which is accessed at the numbers 5. And so you'll see the number 5 along Willow Road as an access point on the Hamilton Avenue parcel north. A few other highlights. Number 2 on the site plan is the proposed grocery store. 8 and 9 are residential and mixed use buildings. And then item 3 or number 3 is the 3.5 acre publicly accessible park. And so the applicant will speak more to the site plan design, but I wanted to highlight a few components for the commission and the community now. So as the chair mentioned, the Planning Commission this evening is a recommending body. And so as identified in attachment A of the staff report, the Planning Commission resolution is there. Tonight, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending approval to the City Council of the following actions. So the first being certification of the final environmental impact report, the adoption of the CEQA findings, and the statement of overriding considerations for the significant and unavoidable environmental effects that the EIR identified, as well as a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for ongoing project compliance and mitigation with the recommended or mitigation measures included in the EIR. The following item would be the amendments to the general plan circulation element and zoning map. That would allow for the rearrangement of the public right of ways throughout the site, as well as paseos throughout the site from the adopted zoning map and general plan circulation element, and the creation of some new mixed use paths throughout the site. And so following that, the item is the vesting tentative maps, which really deal with parcelization to create new buildable parcels, realign the roadways, dedicate easements and right of ways. And then following that is the rezoning of the proposed project to include the X conditional development district overlay that allows for the application of a conditional development permit, which is the next item. And so well, I'll go through them first here. So, and then the conditional development permit is really for the master plan project. And it allows for the development at a bonus level in exchange for community amenities, allows for the comprehensive redevelopment of the proposed project site, along with a development agreement, which I'll get to in more detail in this presentation, and a below market rate housing agreement for the provision of 312 BMR units of the 1730 proposed housing units. So to break these down for the commission, the first bullet is really the environmental review, environmental analysis. The following three, the general plan amendment, the vesting tentative maps, and the rezoning really kind of enable the project entitlements to go forward. And so those are the kind of development regulation documents, the conditional development permit, the development agreement, and the below market rate housing agreement with the city. And the draft resolutions of the city council and ordinances of the city council are included in exhibits to attachment A in the staff report. Let's go forward. So as I was mentioning, the conditional development permit, what that does is that enables the master plan development process for the proposed project. It would permit the bonus level development. So that's an increase in height, density, and intensity at the project site in exchange for community amenities. It would also establish the allowed uses and development regulations, including design modifications to design standards and regulations for each individual parcel for future buildings that would go through the architectural control process, as well as sets up the requirements for the transportation demand management program, hazardous materials usage, signs would be enabled through a future master plan identified in the conditional development permit, as well as regulations for sale of alcohol, as well as outdoor seating. So otherwise, it would govern the overall development of the proposed project, including conditions of approval, timing for improvements. And so the community amenities that I was mentioning before, so as identified in the staff report, the minimum required value for the bonus level development is 133.3 million. That's calculated based on 50% of the increased value of the bonus level from a base level development project. The proposed amenities value, this was pulled from an earlier version, but it is approximately 187.7 million. So I just caught that typo here, so I'll correct that live. And the proposed amenities include a grocery store and pharmacy services, dining and community entertainment offerings, banking credit union, the open spaces, including a percentage of the elevated park, as well as the town square. There's a job training program funding, a Bayfront area shuttle that would start alongside the commencement of the grocery store or the elevated park completion, as well as a feasibility study funding for Willow Road. That would be the relinquishment of Willow Road from Caltrans to the city of Menlo Park, and then additional affordable housing above and beyond the requirements in the BMR ordinance and guidelines, and additional workforce housing. And then lastly, funding for air quality and noise monitoring sensors. So a number of these items are included in the adopted community amenities list from the council that was adopted by the council. And a number of them are also subject to the development agreement, but all are memorialized in the development agreement for the proposed project. So then moving on to the development agreement. So what the DA does is it provides public benefits in exchange for vested rights. So there are some additional public benefits that are in the DA that are above and beyond the required amenities. One of those being a gap payment for the hotel. So any financial shortfall from the project without the hotel until the hotel is built, there's this gap payment to make it a net neutral project fiscally for the city. Also detailed timing for the amenities provisions. So that's Exhibit F of the DA and was included as attachment to the staff report. additional ongoing job training, and stakeholder support for the Dumbarton Rail and Dumbarton Ford projects, as well as a below market rate housing true up in the event of construction slowing down or stalling throughout the project, making sure that the city obtains BMR units through a financial kind of not penalty, but payment to the city for holding until the BMR units are provided. Additionally, there's applicant vested rights. So there's the term of the DA is a 10-year term and then a 7-year extension, provided certain milestones and specifications are met. There's also some limits to future impact fees and the allowance for phase development. And so the below market rate housing agreement or agreements, there would be multiple ones for the project. The project's required to provide 312 total below market rate units. That's 260 based on the 15% inclusionary requirement of the 1,730 units, and then 52 additional commercial linkage fee units for the increase in commercial development on the proposed project site. The applicant's proposing to meet the requirements using 119 of the BMR units in a standalone age-restricted building for seniors that would provide units for extremely low and very low income senior households. So this is table 4 from the staff report, which does kind of show the breakdown. I won't go through it in detail, but this is in the staff report on page 16. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time or turn over to the applicant for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Parada. To the planning commissioners, if there are pressing clarifying questions around the presentations, we should absolutely get those on the table. We have many interested members of the community here tonight, and to be able to get to public comment as soon as possible would be ideal. So with that loose guidance, any clarifying questions for Mr. Parada at the moment before we move on to the applicant? Is it the applicant or is it the EIR? Okay. So Mr. Parada, over to you.
Oh, we'll move to the applicant next. Sorry, a little slow on unmuting there.
Great, let's go ahead and do that then.
Am I live?
Yes, we can hear you. And
Hello.
welcome, Mr. Nieto.
Hi, this is Paul Nieto with Signature Development Group. Could you please promote Mike Gilmetti and Eric Harrison? Because they may have a chance to speak here.
This is Eric Morley with the applicant team. They are now in. Thank you, Paul. And then
Okay.
Paul, you can go ahead and change the view to
Full screen?
full screen view and proceed.
Okay. Let me see if I can get to control this. Is there a special way to get it to full screen besides clicking on view and full screen? There we go. Just had a lag. Oh, commissioners, members of the audience, elected officials who might be watching, thank you for this. City staff, we're excited to finally be here and to present Willow Village and give it. I'm going to start off with kind of a background of how we've gotten here, because it has been it's been a very good journey, an exciting one, and one with a lot of interaction with the community. We oops, it goes fast. This is the existing site. As you can see, it's a collection of industrial buildings that started, I believe, in the maybe even the late 50s, but mostly the 60s and 70s. It is a collection of mostly concrete tilt-up buildings without a real connection to them. Here's an example of what they look like. it's unsustainable. It's old design. And so our challenge is to do something that was, in a sense, envisioned in Connect Menlo in that general plan, to find something that is a mixed use development that connects to the neighborhood and does something that's really been unprecedented, and that is to do tech office and residential with retail, and weaving that into an existing community in a way that's, benefits both, benefits all the parties. And you can see Willow Village first submitted plans to the city over 5 years ago in 2017. The first time it appeared in the Planning Commission was in March 2018, over 4 years ago. We've continued a really robust engagement with the community, and these timelines indicate that. I just want to point out a few. Is we revised the plan in 2019, had a lot of community engagement feedback, revised it in 2020, got more feedback, revised it again in 2021, and even up to the last few months, we've continued to get input and have revised it in 2022. And 2022 has been another robust year of meetings with a few with the Planning Commission. We've submitted architectural plans, which we shared with you in April, if you recall, and you will see those reflected in the next few slides. But the purpose of this meeting is not on those specific building drawings. Those will be coming to you subsequent to this hearing, so you'll be able to look at each one of those buildings individually in a lot more detail. We've had excellent communication with the community and also the City Council's subcommittee on community amenities. Complete Streets Commission hearing was very helpful, and I will share with you some of the refinements we made to the plan based on the input from Complete Streets. We had a robust Housing Commission hearing on below market rate, and they recommended an affordable housing option unanimously. And now we're at this spot where the final EIR has been released, and I should say that back in April of 2022, the draft EIR was released, because that was the purpose of that meeting. So the community has had time to study that detailed draft environmental impact report. And then hopefully after this meeting, the Planning Commission will recommend the project move to the City Council in November. But it all started, with kind of an ambitious vision of how do you take an existing collection of industrial buildings and do something that fulfills connecting a community, diverse uses, into something that's pretty beneficial. And that's what I want to talk about is kind of our placemaking, because what we wanted to do is create a sense of place that wasn't a collection of buildings. And it's a challenge to how do you take something like that and make it into a neighborhood, something that fosters community and people feel like home. So we started with these elements, and then obviously our neighbors to the west, and have over all of those meetings refined this plan. And what I would like to do is simply highlight a few things in here as it focused around a town square, and then knitting the office campus with retail along its face, residential along Main Street, but also some key open space of a community park. We have a little dog park, but an amazing paseo around here for bikes and pedestrian, as well as an amazing Main Street, which also has bike paths and the like. And there's bike paths throughout the project, new ones being added to Willow Road, tying into the network, the regional network along O'Brien Drive, to really make this multimodal and multi-experience. One thing we talk about in development sometimes is, what I'm showing you sort of shows what is called hard infrastructure, the streets, the open space and the like, but it's what goes on in those places that we like to refer to as the soft infrastructure. That is really what creates neighborhoods and communities. The combination of the grocery store and the cafes, the town square, the public events there, the elevated park and the community events that are going to be there and at the parks and the like. It's where those interactions, you know, the morning coffee and tea you have with your friends, your weekend bike rides through this are really what creates that, what we call that soft infrastructure, and make people feel like this is their village. And that's what we've been striving to do in our placemaking. These are the drawings that have been submitted to the city for future study. But you know, the idea is making it welcoming. So on the upper left, where the supermarket is, you know, in colors and glass and landscaping in ways that are inviting to the community, also providing obviously a very needed service. Through our interaction with the community, we moved that up to the early phase of the development. Most retailers like all the rooftops to go in, but we're going in first with the grocery store and the resi buildings to help build that really good sense of place. We've got a number of plazas, and we'll get into this in a little bit more detail later on, but places where people can relax, dine, sit outside, shop. The community park for gathering events. This is retail along the community park that we've nestled in to, you know, in the front of the office. So there's a you know, bringing together of the various parts of the community here. And this is another view of the community park, looking to the elevated park and another great community event space for us to knit that neighborhood feel. The grocery store is full service, and the purpose of this is to help foster the vision of what this is going to be and feel like, and the services to be offered there. We've continued to, we're moving down Main Street and showing various retail. The top two are retail in front of the office buildings. And this is next to the bike path along Main Street, and our extra wide sidewalks and that are all along Main Street, and various little niches for community gathering spaces to help make these, you know, what you know, on the surface sounds like a big project, but as you break it down in the little spots, people can feel like a little sense of home there. Also, you know, you do that, we think we create that sense of community with local retail offerings, you know, things like the salon and barbershop, and like I said, the place you get cafe or ice cream or the bakery are places that really resonate with people when they think about their neighborhoods. And that's something we're really striving to deliver here. This is how we're hoping to create that same feel, and Aaron Ashley from Hart Howerton and shortly we'll go into this in more detail, but we wanted to create senses of place and comfortable architecture for people who are living here with a different architecture. We didn't want all the buildings to look the same. And so on the top left is a building that's adjacent to the community park. The one top right is a portico at the senior center, senior affordable housing project, where all of their services are down below, where they can be protected from the sun and the wind and the like, if the weather happens to be inclement, but it's a great place to stroll, and nice wide sidewalks. This is another building on the bottom left across from the community park with you know, a variety of architecture that we focused on to soften our arrival experience into the project. And then one of our neater residential streets and quieter streets is Center Street, where we removed a row of parking to give a wider sidewalk and more landscaping, part of that feel of getting not only eyes on the street, but sort of decompress to allow people to feel a little bit more like home. So that's where we're coming from in some of these designs. Another way to really, we think, helps knit people together is how you've designed the open space and the connection. So there's logical connections between the town square and the park. It's only 2 blocks. It's going to be really nicely landscaped. There's bike paths throughout each of these streets and along the Loop Road, as well as along Willow Road. We deliberately put up the park adjacent to the Bellhaven community and along Willow so that it's a decompressed and warm arrival experience if you're coming from the south. And then realigning Hamilton is another key aspect of this development. It comes in here and creates a really weird intersection and that can sometimes back up traffic. We've moved it down here, which we're moving it to the south and bringing the Bellhaven community directly into town square and the shopping and the experience, as well as we've added some additional street access on the west on Willow, Adams Court to the east, and a roundabout also to the east, so to diffuse traffic and create a better experience and invite bikes and things that are calm traffic. This is our current vision of the community park. Spent a lot of time with the community getting feedback, a number of polls and the like. This is town square. We've done the same in the elevated park. I'll give you another view of the town square, but think of this as a great spot, not only for this, but weekend farmers markets and other community events. The same also goes with our elevated park. While it looks, typical here, but we have designed it so it can be used throughout the year for different community events, like what we might like what we can envision, this time of year, pumpkin carving contests and things like that we would tie into a calendar of events for, not just those, the town square and the community park, but the elevated park is going to be an essential part of the experiences of people who live and work around this. And so with that kind of view of how to create the soft infrastructure, I'm going to turn this over to Aaron Ashley, architect with Hart Howerton, who had been instrumental in the land planning. You may know him from some of the work he's done on the community campus over in the Bellhaven area. So with that, I think I'm turning this over, at least verbally, to Aaron, but I think I still have control of the screen. Is that correct?
Thanks, Paul. I think I have it now.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Good evening, Chair DeCardi and fellow commissioners. My name is Aaron Ashley. As Paul said, I'm with Hart Howerton. We've been kind of lucky to be the master planners of Willow Village over the last 5 years or so. And in addition, are the landscape architects of the public realm and an architect of one of the buildings, parcel 3. I'll point out in a second here. I just wanted to sort of walk through a handful of slides that get into things that I think the city holds dear, street activation, building articulation, and how the urban design of Willow Village tees up architecture that also kind of reinforces that public realm, and we think goes a long ways towards embodying all those things that the city kind of holds dear in their various codes and planning documents. And so it's been a fun challenge to kind of walk through all of that, because candidly, what we're doing at Willow Village is a different scale than a lot of the documents were ever really envisioned to do. As opposed to one building, where we're dealing with many buildings, and it's not about designing one building that stands alone on El Camino Real. It's about a community of buildings that interrelate and create really wonderful public spaces between them. So I wanted to start at the master plan level and sort of work down to a handful of building examples. And there's going to be a whole bunch of additional materials that'll get reviewed in the future about each individual building. But we wanted to sort of tee up that discussion tonight to really kind of add some color and warmth to the master plan discussion. So here's an enlargement of the master plan. I think this is a document that's probably quite familiar to you now. I wanted to just highlight a few things that sort of speak to what the master plan is trying to do. And the first is that you probably noticed it's a grid. It's kind of a loose grid or a wobbly grid. And by that, I mean, a grid's a very efficient way to connect places together. So what today is really kind of one long cul-de-sac that accesses the office buildings that are here. Now there's a series of streets that connect from east to west, north to south, Park Street, Main Street, West Street, Center Street, East Street. Obviously, these are placeholder names, and we're assuming there's going to be more creativity applied to the names in the future. But I think the point is that each of these buildings is really a unique address within the town, within the Willow Village. And the grid allows for really interesting moments. East Street hits obliquely at the corner of parcel 3, addresses parcel 6 in a really interesting way. These are streets that when you're walking in them are really interesting and inviting. The way Main Street kind of curves around and creates this wonderful view through these office buildings, big trees, but it also, in doing so, creates a series of plazas and piazzas that are really interesting. One thing you'll notice too is that there's really no backs to any of these buildings. There's no alley to throw the trash in, and so there's been a kind of a 5-sided architecture here, thinking about how do you service these things? How do you get the trash in? Because as we all know, grocery stores take big trucks in and send big trash out, and so the choreography at this scale is really impressive. And so we're not going to get into all those details tonight, but I think what you'll notice in the materials I share is that it's a reflection of a lot of hard work and thoughtfulness around how do you create a place that's truly welcoming for people. I mean, we've had the privilege of spending a lot of time with the community in Belhaven and with the staff and folks all over town, and it's I think a really objective here to truly invite people into this mixed use place and have them enjoy it. Just to kind of abstract some urban design principles and kind of speak to how we set the stage for, I think it's actually 6 different architectural firms to work here, 3 different landscape architecture firms. It's really been kind of this amazing collaboration amongst, phenomenal kind of world-renowned professionals. But ideas where buildings step back from streets to create spaces. You could notice how the light blue line means sort of a shorter building, and a dark blue line means a little bit taller. And so there's this real human scale accomplished at Town Square where the buildings really kind of step back and step away from Town Square. Coming down Main Street, there's this sort of dance between the office buildings here on the right and the residential buildings on the left, where maybe an office building pulls forward and the residential building pulls back. And it's going to create this really wonderful streetscape that's so interesting and inviting to be in. This community park is just going to be such a cool place. And to have each of the buildings around it sort of kind of honor it with a courtyard that faces it and allows the residents to look onto it, but it also sort of softens how the buildings sort of address the park. A big piece of building articulation is obviously the ground floor. And we spent a lot of time talking about the sort of the bottom 20 feet or so, whether it's retail, which is obviously kind of inherently more active than residential. But I think in both cases, there's this real sense of how do you create a very inviting place, a very pedestrian scale place, a place that people wouldn't think twice if they've never been here before of strolling and kind of discovering. So this is the principal retail envisioned at Willow Village here in Orange. It generally runs from Willow Road, kind of with the grocery is really the anchor. The entrance to the grocery store is primarily here along West Street, although the storefronts kind of carry and turn the corner to, like in that image Paul showed. The retail gets interesting and discoverable, really generous sidewalks, the ground floors of the office buildings. In each instance, we've broken down what maybe in those previous images looked like rather large buildings into these really sort of fragmented and interesting kind of sense of discovery spaces on the ground floor, the kind of places that retail do really well. There's this kind of punctuation of outdoor space and cafe seating. It's a really California place, like between the buildings, there's plenty of landscape and places to sit and kind of enjoy yourself. And parking, while there's some convenient parking spread around, loading zones for Ubers and Lyfts and everything, much of the parking is underground or within the grocery store building. And these red circles, the dark red circles, are where those parking reservoirs really sort of spill into the public realm. And so it's just a very convenient place, regardless of where you find a parking space. You're sort of put into this really sort of charming environment. And so I think what's really kind of fantastic for me, and you know, we get to work in a lot of environments, but this is incredibly unique, is to have an office campus so interconnected with a mix of uses, where people live, where people eat and drink and have fun, with these communal facilities and these kind of public spaces. And so, you know, when we think about what's the future of office and where do people want to work, and everybody's sort of trying to get folks to come back to work, I know for the folks that work for us, it's environments like this that are most appealing. And so, you know, I think this unprecedented example of how to integrate office with kind of the full range of living. And so this is an example of an image standing on Main Street, looking towards the town square and the elevated park in the distance. This is an office building here on the right with a cafe on the ground floor. Parcel 3 across the way, a residential building above retail or restaurant. And there's this enlarged bike path. And so this really is, you know, a truly special sort of workplace. That office configuration along Main Street that I mentioned before, and how these office buildings have really been articulated, it's so very different from so many examples around the world, or even the Bay Area, where here are buildings kind of turned on their end. So the short side faces Main Street. So there's this rhythm down Main Street, lots of glass, this base middle top articulation where, although it's a more contemporary version, this cornice really creates this elegant skyline. You can see that articulation and modulation is achieved through solar controls, and the retail has this clear expression of and you even get the mass timber coming down. But what's so cool about the way the buildings are configured is that between each of these buildings is this really wonderful little piazza or garden space that's sort of not necessarily retail, although you could imagine cafes spilling into it, but it really is these sort of little found parklets and park spaces. There is this, I think, commitment throughout the project to create interest and diversity of architectural expression. You know, how do you take full advantage of a lot of smart designers? How do you create buildings that have an interesting base, middle, top expression? Here again is kind of an elegant eave consideration, a very clear bottom, two different ways of achieving private outdoor space, whether it's recessed into the building, people get the benefit of kind of cover from rain or sun, or projected and articulated and very clearly articulated on the face of the building. And so how in each of these cases do we take advantage of that? And I think so many of the buildings do this up, down, up again, and these courtyards again, kind of opening up to the park across the street. So this is a view standing from the park. Parcel 6, very similar in the sense that it has this courtyard opening up to the community park. It thinks about its skyline a little different. It thinks about its modulation a little different. It opens up to the park with a grand lobby and stair. And so I think what's sort of, I don't know, is common to all these buildings is each one of them is very unique to its site. Each one feels like it's been, if not developed over time, developed through different lenses. It's like, you know, 6 different painters riffing on the same subject matter. But it's really, I think it results in a place that'll be wonderfully inviting for everybody who visits. This is the residential lobby for Parcel 3, the building right in the middle that our firm's working on. And I think, you know, it'd be easy to put the residential lobby right in the middle of the retail, and, you know, it's sort of in the middle of the hustle and bustle. But I think by locating it here at the corner of Center and West Street, it can communicate with the building entrances for the parcels across from it. And you start to get this community of buildings speaking to each other. And so you're able to achieve this sense of neighborhoody quality. And you can see how along Center Street, we varied the massing. And I think this image does it better, which is this is just down the sidewalk, where by stepping the building massing and opening these courtyards up, we're able to create this really harmonious 2-story facade. So how many multifamily buildings around the Bay Area step down and really create this human scale, and then furthermore create a stoop and a little private garden, so that there's this real transparency between what happens on the street, what happens in the buildings. And so, I think with each of these buildings, they're not just being, the property line extruded up, they're being manipulated to create a really interesting pattern. And so there's this human scale relationship to the street. There's this rhythm of ins and outs, whether the bay window projects or the balcony projects or the entry recedes. It means it's such an interesting place to walk, and it doesn't feel cold and lifeless. It really, you feel the sort of the warmth that people live here. Parcel 2 has a similar stoop condition. This is facing the park again, and again you can see how the courtyard steps down and steps back up, and the street is falling. We're lifting the site to get it out of sea level rise, and so as a result, the street slopes down ever so slightly, and you have this condition where these stoops and these folks who get to live here facing the park are sort of up high and they can see over the park, but there's this kind of wonderful layering between the buildings and the park. And then lastly, sort of again, an example and again, a riff on what's really implied in the city's documents, which is how do you create this modulation, this interest, but do it in unique ways so that this place feels really varied and interesting. So here's a series of recessed balcony in the affordable seniors building, again, recessed from the rain and the wind and the cold, really sort of part of the building, and a little bit different than how traditionally buildings like this are handled. And again, that arcade at the ground floor that helps connect the public realm to the folks who live here. I'll just finish a few more comments on sustainability before I flip it back to Paul. I think this is some remarkable commitments in this project that use the usual acronyms that you hear. In this case, LEED Gold is a big theme. All electric buildings, sustainable materials, kinds of things that I think if you've been following what we've been doing at the community center across just down the street, those are obviously big themes in the city. And the office buildings really illustrate this well. Daylighting and transparency, shallow footprints, lots of glass. Really, how do you create healthy places to work? Healthy places make you move, so they make you come downstairs and walk outside and cross over to other buildings. And this is really about creating a healthy, sustainable place. And then more than anything, what's illustrated here is this idea of mass timber buildings, which I'll hit on in a second. You don't just put buildings anywhere and then spend a bunch of money on photovoltaic panels and call them sustainable. You really have to do it at their core. The buildings are oriented east-west. How do we maximize daylight, minimize heat gain, create indoor and outdoor spaces that are really wonderful to be in? Shade when you want it, sun when you want it. Again, this is a really California place. It's buildings in a garden in the middle of the office campus. And then as soon as you come to the edge, it's that garden and buildings coming to the street. I think there's a lot of things going on here, and I think it's easy sometimes for us to distill it just within the office campus. There's 320 trees. If you've seen any of Meta's buildings, you've seen this commitment to landscape and quality materials in the public realm. Of course, LEED Gold is sort of an easy thing to say. It's hard to do. All electric buildings, significant investment in solar. I think more than anything, the heavy timber, mass timber is maybe the best theme. It represents a 52% reduction in carbon relative to concrete and steel. This is a huge step forward for a project like this. It's such a huge commitment to sustainability. But with that, I'll kind of hand it back to you, Paul. I know you wanted to finish out with transportation.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. I'll be talking about some parking, transportation, and then affordable housing and our complete streets and community amenities as I finish up. Meta on transportation and parking. Meta has perhaps the most effective rideshare program anywhere, at least in Silicon Valley and in the Bay Area for a tech company. Over half of its employees come through rideshare. And a lot of this was part of our outreach campaign, and we listened. And one of the most important moves from listening to the community is that Meta has reduced the office space, and in conjunction with that, also chose to reduce its employee capacity. In both regards, it's about 30% reduction from what we originally presented as our project plan, and reducing that square footage and that employee capacity reduces trips, along with the effective rideshare should make a continued effort there. The campus has trip caps like the other campus has. For the office, we've engaged with city staff and created an aggressive transportation demand management program to try to ameliorate the peak AM and PM drive times. We've reduced parking, and in particular, and what we mean by that is the office parking is virtually a half a space per employee. The residential parking is at the minimum of 1 space per unit. We've actually, on the senior building, it's a half a space per unit. And we've done something in the shared parking area with regards to the hotel, retail, and office visitors, where we have them share parking because it's much more efficient. Because there are different peak times of the day that those uses need parking. And so we've been able to eliminate some parking while still providing enough of it so that we're, as we talk to the retailers and the grocers, that they feel they have enough parking to be successful. And then in addition, we're adding a community shuttle, which will provide the Bayfront area continued access to Willow Village if they want to visit the development and shop and dine and the like without getting in their car. And so this has all been integrated as part of our planning, and you'll see that in the documents of the CDP and the like. I need to get this to go to the next. Do I have control? There you go. We went to the Complete Streets Commission and actually had a really good session trying to listen to them. And as a result of that, they were very focused on traffic calming, and through that, reducing lane widths, adding buffers, adding bikeways to like on the lower right is Main Street. And so they've asked us to narrow our lanes to continue while we have different pavers to make cars uncomfortable along Main Street, make it even more so cars will go slow there because we'll have bicycles and pedestrians throughout. One of the things they asked us to do was add on our loop road, Paseos, can we widen that by 20%, which we did. We reduced a lane along Park Street and added a dedicated bike lanes along Park, as well as tying into the Willow Road dedicated bike lanes, that protected bike lanes that will be added as a result of our project. And then in addition, we had traffic calming that we're adding in terms of additional stop signs, as well as signalization along Park Street to once again calm traffic, to make it a more bikeable, walkable community in their view. And so that's another way where we listened and made refinements, and we think that community input has made the plan better. We also went to the Housing Commission with our affordable housing outline, and what we have is, and Kyle did a good job of summarizing it, but 312 units, 119 of those are senior. And this is another thing we listened is early on in all of our community outreach, a number of community members said the senior community in this area is very vulnerable. They're worried about displacement and the like, and can we design something with deep affordability here? And the way and in order to comply with federal fair housing laws, if you're going to do an age-restricted project, you need to do it in a standalone building or standalone geography. And so in this case, it's a standalone building. But I wanted to point something else out to the Planning Commission. In Menlo Park's housing element, one reason why we're going this route is that it's the most effective way to get to deep affordability. And here's a quote from your housing element. Lower income households are best served through partnerships when market rate developers work with affordable housing developers to meet their inclusionary requirements. The units are more likely to serve lower income households. Joint ventures play a particularly important role in developing units for households most in need. And that was really what helped drive us here. And so we're partnering with Mercy Housing on the seniors to drive the affordability very low for the seniors. And then the remaining 193 units will be distributed throughout each fairly evenly throughout the remaining market rate buildings for low and moderate levels. This plan was intensely debated by the Housing Commission and unanimously approved. But this isn't all that Willow Village is providing for affordable housing. In addition, as part of the community amenities program, Meta is providing $5 million in additional affordable funding, and that can be used for a variety of things like rent or mortgage assistance and very more, folks who have serious needs there, as well as we're providing continued rent assistance for 22 teacher housing units. And then lastly, I just want to reiterate our community engagement, which has led to our robust community amenities proposal. As we mentioned before, we've got 5+ years of meetings, thousands of community stakeholders and the like, live polling, surveys, feedback, all throughout. And from that, we've listened a lot. And one of the significant changes we made, besides reducing the office square footage, is accelerating a grocery store. I mentioned that earlier, but it is a significant endeavor. I just touched on the affordable housing increases. We actually made more open space. Our first plans had above grade parking. Going below grade, which is more expensive, allowed us to gain a few acres of usable open space, which is, I think, made this plan much better. And of course, we've added a community shuttle. And these next few slides are just to highlight what the look of those amenities are. These are things that are tangible, we think fit with the mission and vision of not only Connect Menlo, but what we're trying to achieve in creating a real livable, special neighborhood space that meets the needs of neighbors, residents, and office workers, and also some visitors, with job training, community entertainment, the elevated park ideas, are accessible open space, funding for additional affordable housing. We're funding air quality and noise monitoring, which will start at the beginning of the demolition process. Those will that will be in, and of course the additional affordable housing and a Willow Road study. So that concludes the applicant's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the time and the presentation this evening. Mr. Parada, where do we go next?
So we have Christy Black with ICF to give a presentation on the EIR and more specifically the final EIR. So I'll turn it over to her.
Great, thank you.
And I'm just waiting to get control of the screen. Okay, good evening, Chair DeCarty, Vice Chair Harris, members of the commission, and members of the public. I'll be presenting on the environmental impact report tonight. And jumped ahead. I am Christy Black. I'm a senior planner with ICF and the project manager for this EIR. I am joined by one of my colleagues, Kirsten Chapman, also a senior planner with ICF, and she managed the EIR in its early stages. And between us, we hope to answer any questions you may have about the content of the EIR. Ali Zhu is also here from Hexagon, the transportation consultant for this project, and he can answer any questions you have about the transportation analysis in the EIR. So typically we'd provide an overview of the project, but much has already been said about that. So I'll focus in my presentation on the environmental review process of the draft EIR, the content of the final EIR, and the next and final steps in the CEQA process. And as provided in the CEQA guidelines, an EIR really is an informational document, and it's meant to let the public and agency decision makers know about the significant effects of the project, identify ways to avoid or reduce those significant effects, and also identify and analyze reasonable alternatives to a project. So the EIR provides detailed information about the environmental effects that could result from the proposed project. It looks at and identifies methods to mitigate those adverse environmental impacts if the proposed project is approved. And it also considers feasible alternatives to the project, including the required no project alternative. This slide provides an overview of the environmental review process so far, going back to scoping in fall of 2019. And between then and now, the city released the draft EIR for public review in April and May of this year, held a public meeting on the draft EIR, and has now prepared and released the final EIR for the project. And this final EIR responds to comments that the city received on the draft EIR. As the prior slide noted, the draft EIR was released in April 2022. The EIR provided a project description, the environmental setting, impacts and cumulative impacts, mitigation measures, alternatives, and variants. And in the hearing for the draft EIR, some more detail was provided about the EIR's relation to Connect Menlo EIR, and I'll go over that again here. The proposed project's location and also development parameters are consistent with Connect Menlo and was considered in the growth pattern evaluated in that EIR. So in accordance from CEQA, the draft EIR actually tiers from the Connect Menlo EIR. And what that means is that where appropriate, the environmental analysis for the project relies on that evaluation, conclusions, and mitigation measures in the Connect Menlo EIR. But given the magnitude of this proposed project and in the interest of releasing more information to the public, this EIR discusses all CEQA impacts of the proposed project, including those that were adequately addressed in the Connect Menlo EIR. So when we note that the EIR contains mitigation measures, also keep in mind it incorporates Connect Menlo mitigation measures where they apply to reduce impacts. And so the EIR also contains project-specific mitigation measures. And I'll go over the mitigation measures identified for the significant unavoidable impacts later in this presentation, and also review the alternatives for the project. But for now, I wanted to talk about the variants to the proposed project, the last bullet on this slide. The variants are slightly different versions of the project that could occur based on either action or inaction of agencies other than the city or of property owners outside the project site. And because those variants could either increase or reduce environmental impacts, the EIR analyzes the impacts of the variants. And the variants analyzed are the No Willow Road Tunnel. And under that variant, the tunnel would not be constructed as part of the proposed project. There's an increased residential density variant, which would increase the number of units by about 200 for a total of 1,930 residential units. There's a variant that does not have the Hamilton Avenue realignment. It would retain the Willow Road Hamilton Avenue intersection in its current alignment. And finally, there's a variant that provides for an on-site recycled water treatment center. So the EIR covers all of the resource areas on the slide, both providing an existing setting as well as a discussion of impacts and mitigation measures if they're needed. For those of you familiar with CEQA, you might notice that agriculture and forestry resources, mineral resources, and wildfire are not on this list. They were determined not to have significant impacts due to the project's urban setting, and so they are not addressed in the EIR. And in terms of environmental impacts, the draft EIR identifies and classifies them as significant, potentially significant, less than significant, or no impact. For each significant or potentially significant impact, there are mitigation measures identified. And sometimes those mitigation measures would not reduce the environmental impacts to less than significant. And so those impacts are concluded to be significant and unavoidable. So as I alluded to earlier, I'll review just the significant and unavoidable impacts and the mitigation measures. We have two air quality impacts here on the slide. The first one, air quality -1, is an impact where project operations would hinder implementation of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's 2017 Clean Air Plan. And Connect Menlo EIR concluded that the operation of new development under the Connect Menlo plan would generate a substantial increase in emissions and exceed regional significance thresholds, and that operational impacts would be significant and avoidable. And so for the proposed project, the conclusion was similar for operational reactive organic gases. For impact air quality 2, the impact is really similar, where it would result in a cumulative net increase in criteria air pollutants, and that is again measured against the thresholds of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And the proposed project would implement several mitigation measures requiring use of super compliant architectural coatings, which emit reactive organic gases. And this mitigation would still not reduce impacts because the emissions for reactive organic gases are substantial and from consumer products, and those are difficult to mitigate. So it would remain significant and unavoidable. Now for the two significant and unavoidable noise impacts. The first one, Connect Menlo, found that impacts related to noise would be less than significant from construction with mitigation measures, but the project EIR finds that noise impacts from construction would be significant even after implementation of these mitigation measures, which includes a noise control plan, as well as temporary noise barriers. For the second impact, it's also construction related. It's generation of ground-borne vibration, and the Connect Menlo EIR found this impact would be less than significant, but for the proposed project, the EIR concludes that vibration from these activities could exceed annoyance thresholds, both during the day and at night, and these impacts would be significant even with these two mitigation measures. So the EIR also brought forward 3 alternatives in addition to the no project alternatives, and you'll notice these reference the significant impacts of the proposed project because the alternatives are designed to either avoid or substantially reduce a significant impact of the project. The first one is an alternative with no Willow Road tunnel. The second one is the base level intensity alternative, which involves the proposed project, but developed to be consistent with the base level development standards for the site zoning. And the third alternative is the reduced intensity alternative, which is the proposed project, but developed at a lesser intensity and reducing both residential and non-residential square footage. And CEQA also requires that we identify an environmentally superior alternative. Of these 3, the base level intensity alternative was identified as environmentally superior. So when the draft EIR was circulated to the public early this year, that was also the opportunity for agencies, the public, and other interested parties to comment on the content of the draft EIR. So harkening back to the EIR's focus on environmental effects, CEQA requires that we consider comments on environmental issues and that the lead agency respond to comments raising significant environmental issues. So the final EIR provides a response to those comments, and where appropriate, the draft EIR was revised as needed. And the final EIR also concludes that the changes to the draft EIR don't warrant recirculation of the draft EIR. So as noted in the prior slide, a number of comments were received from agencies, tribes, organizations, and members of the public, in addition to comments from the Planning Commission itself. And so this slide is an overview of some of the more substantial comments, as well as responses to these comments in the final EIR. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time going over some of these comments and responses. First, there are 2 master responses addressing comments about reducing parking for the project to reduce VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. And there's a master response to address a potential roadway connection to the project site from Bayfront Expressway. So we often prepare these master responses to address comments that either appear multiple times or require more substantial write-up. For the first item for reduced parking, questions came up about whether reduced parking at the proposed project site would also reduce VMT. And the final EIR evaluates this question through the lens of CEQA and considers in detail whether reduced parking could be implemented under CEQA as either a mitigation measure, as an alternative. And the final EIR concludes that in the EIR, we cannot have that as a mitigation measure or an alternative because it would not reduce any significant impacts of the proposed project. First, it's important to understand what significant impacts related to VMT would occur as a result of the proposed project. And that's important because the city can only impose mitigation measures and alternatives where there are significant impacts. So the EIR identifies a significant impact for VMT generation related to residential land uses. Operational greenhouse gas or GHG impacts were found to be significant because the residential land use would not meet the city's adopted VMT threshold. And operational air quality impacts, when combined with overlapping construction emissions, would be significant for reactive organic gases in a couple of operational years as more and more operational uses come online. And that was a significant impact. So an alternative mitigation measure around reduced parking would have to reduce one of these impacts related to VMT for it to be an adequate alternative or mitigation measure. And so the master response has substantial detail on this topic, but in essence, reduced parking alone isn't linked to a specific measurable reduction in VMT. Many variables are involved in terms of whether reduced parking can be effective in reducing VMT, and that includes whether there's an alternate way to get to the area, whether there's other parking nearby, or whether spillover parking could occur. And it also depends on each traveler's behavior and ability to change their trip. It's easier to change a trip to the grocery store to another location than it is to change a trip to a unique retailer on the site. So on the whole, all of these elements add up to mean the reduction in VMT that would be specifically attributable to only a reduction in parking is not definitive. Additionally, there are already designs in the project and a mitigation measure that minimizes parking on, there's already a design in the project to minimize parking on site. And there's also a mitigation measure that requires a transportation demand management plan. So we can't make the conclusion that reduced parking would further reduce VMT, and so we can't conclude that that would reduce a significant impact of the proposed project. For the connection to Bayfront Expressway, the final EIR takes a similar approach as for reduced parking in that it looks at this suggested project change as both an alternative and a mitigation measure. Briefly, there's no significant impact from the proposed project that would be reduced through either mitigation measure or alternative that requires a different access point from Bayfront Expressway to the north part of the project site. Additionally, there are some issues related to feasibility of such an access point, including a potential grade separation to avoid an at-grade rail crossing at the Dunbarton corridor. There's also some challenges that the final EIR identifies related to potential conflicts with Caltrans design guidelines for access breaks at Bayfront Expressway. So the master response concludes that this access need not be considered as either an alternative or a mitigation measure. The next item on this list is tribal cultural resources. And in a response to a draft EIR comment letter from the Tamian Nation, the city conducted additional consultation with them, and the city decided to separate out tribal cultural resources from cultural resources in the draft EIR in response to additional information that came out of that consultation. So the tribal cultural resources section now has additional ethnographic information. The tribal cultural resources impacts analysis has been moved there, and it contains mitigation measures developed based on really extensive participation and input from the Tamian Nation. Next, for cumulative impacts, the city of East Palo Alto submitted a letter with questions related to projects planned in their jurisdiction, including some associated with the Ravenswood Business District specific plan. And the city took a very close look at this project and verified that the EIR includes the correct analysis. Finally, many comments related to items that are outside the scope of what CEQA requires to be analyzed in the EIR were received, and this includes comments for or against the project, which we refer to as merit comments, comments on purely economic effects, such as the jobs housing balance, and comments on level of service and traffic congestion. But the responses to comments in the final EIR are still noting that these comments are included in the record for consideration by decision makers. So tonight we're on the last step of this process diagram, and the last step involves two components. First, tonight's meeting of the Planning Commission, where a recommendation will be made to City Council. Following tonight, the city will then make two decisions, one on whether to certify the EIR, and then a second decision on the project itself. Thank you, commissioners, for your time, and I look forward to doing my best to answer any questions you might have on the EIR and on the CEQA process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Black, for the presentation. Before I move to asking about questions, Mr. Parada, can you remind us where we are in the timeline here this evening?
Sure, yeah, so at this point, if the commission has clarifying questions for any of the presenters, whether that's city staff, the applicant team, or ICF, we'd be happy to take those clarifying questions. Otherwise, we can move to public comment and save any clarifying questions or discussion items for after public comment.
Terrific, thank you. So to the commission, any clarifying questions for any of the presenters this evening? And again, with my earlier guidance, hopefully pressing, and so we can move to public comment. Vice Chair Harris.
Yeah, this is to the applicant, I think. I had a question about phasing. I want to make sure that I'm clear. You'd said that the grocery store was going to be right in the front and some of the housing as well. And I'm not seeing it on the construction phasing schedule, which is on page 431 of the report, the staff report. So I'm just wondering if you could help me find the grocery store on the phasing schedule, and as well as the senior housing. Thanks.
Yeah, Vice Chair Harris, Eric Morley with the Signature Development team. I'll ask Paul Nieto to address that. The grocery store is located in parcel 2. So it's one of the earliest buildings to begin and finish, but I'll have Paul address parcel 2 and the grocery store, as well as the senior affordable housing.
Yes, Eric, you're correct. Parcel 2 is the grocery store. And so that is the first residential building to start. Given the financing, we've asked to start that within 4 months of the very first office building. So it's the first residential that will be coming online. along with our parcel 6. Parcel 7, as it's referred to in that exhibit, is the senior housing building. And the senior housing parcel 7 has a slightly different timeline from the rest because it requires a collaboration of local, state, and federal funding, and they have financing hurdles and through the low income housing tax credit committee at the state level, but it requires local matches and county involvement as well as HUD involvement. And so based on that timing is why the parcel 7 comes on a little bit later, because of how you have to apply for those various funding sources before you can start construction.
Okay, thank you. So I think make sure I get this right. So really the grocery store being at the front really was just meaning that it's one of the first residential, goes with the first residential, but the residential is later.
No, there's the just to clarify, Vice Chair, P2, parcel 2 includes the grocery store at the ground level and then residential above. So that building that includes both the grocery store and the residential above are delivered at the same time. So that building, it's one singular building for parcel 2.
Yeah, and it has approximately 330 units. And then parcel 6 will start at virtually the same time. That's roughly 174 units, if I'm not mistaken. So we're bringing that on, and then shortly thereafter comes parcel 3 and parcel 7, and then the rest continue to roll through.
So I guess my clarifying question was, when you say the grocery store is going to be at the beginning, at the beginning of the project, what you meant it's going to be in the first of the residential, which is actually a little later.
It's in the very beginning of the project. It's within the first 4 months of the project. First 4 months of any vertical development.
Okay,
So
you know what, we'll bring that back.
starts-
Well, let's bring that back up when it's no longer clarifying. We can discuss that a little bit more. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Harris. Any other pressing clarifying questions before we move to public comment? All right. What I'd like to do, Ms. Began, is move to public comment, and I'd like you to invite people to raise their hands. I'd like to then see how many hands are raised and come back to the chair for a moment, because depending on the number of hands for members of the public, there is a option to consider either 3 minutes for public comment or 2 minutes for public comment, and how much time will allot to the entire review process. And I want to get input on how many interested members of the public, then figure out how we'll proceed, and then we'll go as fast as possible to public comment. So with that as guidance, Ms. Began, I will turn it over to you.
Chair DeCarty, it looks like there are 22, 23, they're still going, hands currently raised.
And I would ask, and if you are interested or believe you will be interested this evening at some point in providing public comment, if you could signify by raising your hand. We will not hold you to it. This is not taking roll call, but it would be very helpful for us in guiding how we can allocate our time.
Okay, it looks like there are 33 hands raised currently.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. So with 30 plus hands raised at 3 minutes per, that's an hour and a half of public comment. With some simple math, that would put us at 10:15. As the Planning Commission knows, we have to take a vote in order to be able to extend to go after 11 o'clock. And I'd like to ask Mr. Prada a couple questions, just so we can also determine if there's other time available for us on this. I believe, Mr. Prada, that you polled planning commissioners to see if any would be available to continue this item later this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Could you let us know the result of those, and if all of the planning commissioners present this evening could be present at any one of those other times?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chair DeCarty. So yes, staff did poll the commission for the 25th tomorrow. If that day is needed to continue the discussion on this item, we would have 5 of the 6 commissioners. Wednesday and Thursday, we also have 5 of 6, but potentially all 6. But that would need to be discussed here with the commission. So we have 5 confirmed and 1 potential tentative for Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then if we are unable to finish this evening and we cannot have all commissioners present at another time this week, what's the other option to us to continue this discussion at the next regularly scheduled planning commission meeting? Would that be the other opportunity?
That's one opportunity. Staff could certainly look at special meetings next week as well. I think special meetings are difficult, or continued meetings are difficult, obviously outside of the calendars that commissioners keep. So we understand the difficulty with getting a full all 6 commissioners. But that is certainly an option, is continuing to the next regular meeting. As you mentioned earlier, extending the meeting tonight is also an option by vote of the commission to go beyond the 11 o'clock typical end time.
Yes, thank you. Is there a hardship to staff on any one of these options over another? And I'm going to ask the applicant the same question in a second.
I think staff can accommodate a continued meeting this week or another meeting at a different time beyond this week. From a staff resourcing standpoint, that could be accommodated.
Thank you. Understanding the potential hardship on the commissioners, and I will ask commissioners in a second for clarification. To the applicant, Mr. Nito, or whoever would be best to Mr. Morley to respond, is there any particular hardship to you between this evening or another day this week, or waiting until our regularly scheduled agendized November 7th Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, thank you, Chair DeCarty, for accommodating and for asking. Obviously, we've been very pleased and encouraged with the 5 years of engagement and outreach, the major revisions to the plan, and where we are here this evening. I do want to share with the commission that it is absolutely critical that there is time certainty and business certainty for Willow Village and the project. So it is imperative in order to have business planning to be able to have a commission recommendation this week in order to ensure that we could be before the city council and have their consideration by the end of the year. But that business planning is critical at this stage. So I would request, and we are happy to be available to you in each of those or other evenings this week. But this week is critical given the other timing considerations and noticing for city council.
I appreciate that. I'm sure a lot of these considerations are private matters, but is there any way you can help us understand a little bit more about the time consideration or what that impact is, not getting this done by the beginning of the year?
Yeah, so I'll defer to Mike Gilmetti, Signature Development, who can speak more clearly to that. I'll just share that, given the amount of time, the length of time that has been spent engaging with the community and getting the project to here, we are at a very critical phase in the project. And so it's very important to have timing certainty for business planning purposes for the user, so that it can make sure that it's in a position to deliver the community amenities that are before the commission and the community. And that timing is critical to be able to make those forward commitments to ensure that we have a city council consideration this year. And we don't want to lose that opportunity either to be able to deliver that. So that's why that's so critical. And Mike, I'll defer to you to comment as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair DeCarty. I think simply put, I'm Mike Gilmetti, by the way, with Signature Development Group with the team here. Thank you everyone for your time tonight. I think basically they're Meta is at a fork in the road in terms of business planning. There's obviously been some flux in the last few years about office space where they're going to invest their resources in terms of new offices and also creating these amenities for the public. So they need to make a decision this year in terms of where to start planning. So we ask very kindly that the commission make their recommendations tonight and or other nights, and please send this to the council with those recommendations.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Then I am going to ask commissioners. Mr. Parada said that there would be the potential for all 6 commissioners, I believe, not tomorrow night, but either Wednesday or Thursday night. I guess my question is just, is that true? And are we the potential on this versus the certainty on that? So I don't know if any commissioners would like to comment on their availability or not, but that would be helpful. Vice Chair Harris.
Yeah, I'm not available after tonight for this week.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Tate.
I'm not available any other night this week either.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will say that this is a dilemma from my standpoint as chair, which is it feels, and I appreciate the input from everybody here. It feels important to me that all the commissioners who are present, who set aside the time to participate in an agendized planning commission meeting this evening, would be able to be present for making the final recommendation going before City Council. I just want to say that that's feels important as being the chair of the commission, and that every commissioner has the opportunity to participate. And I say that because putting myself in the position of being a commissioner and not chair. So that potentially is going to get tricky here, either finishing this evening, which we may be able to do, or then potentially needing to continue until the week of November or whatever the November 7th meeting is. So I just want to flag that that could end up being a dilemma. So the other option is to continue this evening past 11 o'clock. We also have a standing practice of not going beyond 11 without the vote of the commission. Are there any commissioners that know that they are unable to continue past 11 o'clock this evening as of now, or is that something we can look at down the road? Commissioner Riggs.
Yeah, it would be difficult for me. I have my 3rd early morning meeting in a row tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the input. I appreciate that. I don't think we have a good solution here, given all of the parties in this, but I appreciate the amount of time that has been spent to get the project to this place. I appreciate that it has come before the Planning Commission before. I will also note that the Planning Commission received these materials 3 days ago in order to fully prepare for this meeting. So everybody is doing the best they can on short notice here. So what I would like to do is we're going to continue. Given the pressures that we have, and this is with a lot of apology because members of the public have shown up here to participate, I'm going to recommend that we limit the public comment to 2 minutes so that we can move through the public comment and then see where we are this evening. I'm now going to pause because I've just said an awful lot of things, and I'd like to give any commissioner the opportunity to voice any concern with how I'm recommending our consideration as a commission of getting through the appropriate consideration of this really important project. So does any commissioner, and please do, if you have a strong disagreement with where I am suggesting we may head on this. Okay. And to everybody, I appreciate allowing the time to sort this through. I think this is helpful so that we're on the same page about expectations. With that, and with a lot of gratitude for members of the public who've been with us for 2 hours, Ms. Beacon, let's go ahead and please begin public comment on this project this evening.
Thank you, Chair DeCardi. As an additional reminder for members of the public seeking to speak on this item, members are welcome to press the hand icon on your screen to provide public comment or *9 if you're joining by phone this evening. At this time, I see 32 commenters. So through the chair, I can introduce our first public speaker for this item. Okay, so I'd like to introduce Victoria Robledo. So Victoria, as a reminder, you will have 2 minutes to share your comment or question. Please clearly state your first and last name and address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your organization affiliation. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay, so real fast, the amenities, as far as the amenities concerned, I think you should start prioritizing on the Dumbarton Rail to somewhat mitigate the traffic that's going to be impacted in our community of Belhaven. We already know the air quality here is horrendous in comparison to the rest of Menlo Park. So this is really just increasing it. Also, I know things are imperative to many in terms, especially when it comes to employment. It's imperative that we really have the input of this community and the effects and the impact on all this construction, soils contamination, everything. And I also think the history of Menlo Park and redlining and why the communities of color are here on the east side should also be considered in terms of getting discounted space to bring businesses by communities from East Palo Alto and Menlo Park so that we can reflect the diversity of this community and that they should be honored with discounted space, prices for discounted space, because we are known for separatism in this community about Menlo Park. In order to not continue to perpetuate segregation, we have to have inclusivity. And you're only going to have inclusivity when you bring architects, when you bring artists, when you bring communities, businesses of color to reflect the communities that are the greatest impacted by all of this construction. I also want to say that again, we want it welcoming, but we want it welcoming to who? I think we need to really emphasize what the community exists right now in Belhaven and how it's being pushed out. We're trying to retain 3 communities left of color in this whole entire San Mateo County. So we should do what we can. One last thing is, again, I ask that we really look at reducing hotels. And when it comes to fostering community, then we make it inclusive of the communities who live here, raised here, born here, to be in those shops representing it from all aspects of art, culture, color, architects, designs, because that's been missing. And with that, I thank you so much, because our community is imperative to survive. And we're doing what we can, and we need your support. And I thank you in advance, and I wish you a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Robledo.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Ms.
comment.
Began? Yeah, let's move on. Is there a possibility of showing the 2 minutes so that the speakers can see, if they are looking at their screen, what's happening with the clock? That might help them. Awesome, thank you.
So thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Grove. Sorry. So Karen, if you can please, as a reminder, you have 2 minutes to state your comment, and please clearly state your first and last name and address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your organization affiliation. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Karen Grove, and I live in Menlo Park. I'm a former housing commissioner, but speaking obviously just as a resident today. So I want to just say I appreciate that there is housing included in this office development. That is a first, and it's really important. I think we all recognize that it's not enough to reduce the growth, just to prevent the growth of the jobs housing imbalance, but it is something, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the partnership with Mercy Housing. I think that is a really, really good way to provide deeply affordable housing to high need populations, and seniors are a really important need that we have in Menlo Park to meet. The one thing I want to be sure about to make sure that that project is a success is that Signature is committing to 100% of the GAP funds in a way that positions the project to be as competitive as possible for the federal low-income housing tax credits. and does so in a way that it doesn't draw upon Menlo Park BMR funds or general funds or county Measure K funds. That's one thing. And the other thing I want to confirm is that Signature is donating development-ready land, so land that is ready to build upon. And that is important because the calculation of BMR low-income equivalency assumes that the entire senior housing, very low and extremely low income housing is subsidized by Signature for that low income equivalency calculation to be meaningful. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter is Pam D. Jones. As a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes to share your comment or question. Please clearly state your first and last name and address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your political or organization affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam Jones, resident of Menlo Park, living in the Bellhaven neighborhood. I appreciate the presentation, and yes, this is a beautiful project. The most significant problem is the office space that is going to further exacerbate the job housing imbalance. I have concerns about the conference center. It does not look like there will be mitigation, only that when you have conferences of specific sizes, that you will notify the city council. The other thing is, in 3 days is insufficient to read this amount of information on something so critical. A critical piece could easily be missed on this. The other piece is the alignment of Hamilton North and moving the gas station. There's no timeline, and it is really an inappropriate progress. It's inappropriate because it's going to really hinder how people in Bellhaven are able to get out of the community. We have no idea how long it's going to tie that Hamilton and Willow Road. We don't know, there's no timeline, so we don't know how long the gas station is going to be gone. And traditional experience is once the gas station is gone, it's gone. I appreciate that there has been a reduction in the employee capacity again, and the conference space is made up for what you took away from the office development. So there was no net change. Thank you. What did I miss? What did I miss?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jenny Michelle. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. So please clearly state your first and last name and address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your organization affiliation. Thank you.
Dear commissioners, neighbors, members of the public, my name is Jenny Michelle, and I'm from the Coleman Place block, a recovering homeless mother who's lived on Willow Road for about 15 years. By trade, I manage buildings on behalf of landlords. I favor approving the EIR and adopting a resolution to grant the applicant approval to move forward with this project as submitted. And I dare you to go further. Adopt a condition to your approval. If Measure V passes, the applicant can streamline this process through SB 330. 2, a vote to amend the city bylaws to be in accordance with the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. Direct staff for guidance. I echo Victoria's comment on the neighborhood perks program being like Santana Row. It's a challenge. It's a challenge, it's a challenge to propose a financially stable project with so much of allocated affordable housing, but I agree with Pam Jones that the office might be overstated. I worry that also that the applicant has not continued engagement with the Bellhaven neighbors directly affected. Specifically, how does the applicant address the shortfall or implied impacts of the RDA or development agency? If Measure V passes in 2 weeks, I recommend the applicant immediately move forward with submitting an SB 330 application immediately. Measure V asserts that it does not impact the current element, but I would beg to differ based on the current comments from HCD to Menlo Park. It is extremely problematic due to the fact that our housing element has not been approved. And by handicapping our ability to build wherever we can is providing to be penny and pound foolish in other cities. By being at risk of being non-compliant with the HCD, we are forewarned again that the Housing Accountability Act will also raise its hand because we are out of compliance with HCD and the general plan standards to disapprove based on affordabilities are not applicable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Rick Johnson with Sean Reese coming up next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a volunteer with the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge, and I'm also a Menlo Park resident. I will speak to several biological concerns that were not fully discussed in the comment responses. And we believe these things need to be resolved before certifying the EIR. The first issue relates to the city requirement. No more than 10% of facade surface area shall have non-bird friendly glazing. We don't believe that the city contemplated an all-glass dome when adopting this 10% requirement. The project needs to present a table of the proposed area of total glazing and non-bird friendly glazing by location in order to evaluate and minimize total impacts. Waivers should not be considered without this data. All waivers should receive intense 2-year monitoring and remedy mitigation as planned for the atrium. If a location for a waiver request cannot be monitored and corrected, then the waiver should not be issued, or if issued, requires substantial justification. The next item concerns sensitive habitats. The first one is the Ravenswood Triangle Marshes between Willow and University. It is preserved as mitigation to provide protected habitat for the federally endangered salt marsh harvest mouse. As such, and it also, of course, supports other marsh species. As such, the project has a responsibility to take all necessary actions to avoid any direct or indirect impacts on the marsh's biological health, and the EIR should say so. The EIR describes these areas as highly disturbed with very limited habitat function and value. This statement dismisses the fact that the project's impacts may degrade habitats of the species. Lighting spill onto the marshes can be deadly to the nocturnal and endangered species. Night lighting should not be cast into that marsh, including adjacent transition habitat. The project will need to maintain, oh, I've run out. Well, we've also submitted a letter, and I would appreciate it if you would read that before you recommend certifying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you for your comment. Our current speaker is Sean Reese with Lynn Bramlett coming up next. Sean, you may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sean Reese. I'm a field representative from Local 217 for the NorCal Carpenters Union. I represent over 1,200 carpenters here in San Mateo County, and I'm speaking to you today to express my support of the Willow Village Master Plan project. These projects, such as the Willow Village, are important to us in labor because they support workers by paying a living wage. They use an apprenticeship-trained workforce, and they provide health care for the workers. In today's economy, housing is low and prices are high. So by building more affordable and low-income housing, we are telling our communities help is on the way. By building more than 300 of these affordable units as part of the over 1,700 unit proposal at Willow Village, we will help build our community. The Willow Village team has spent over 4 years listening to and working with the community to pinpoint needs, wants, and worries. By creating something new in the area, we are turning a useless space into a problem-solving space. The current state of Willow Village is an outdated industrial office that gives the community very little service. With the new proposal, not only will Willow Village offer housing, it will offer space to serve the people. The benefits this project will provide to the neighborhood and to Menlo Park is so large, it's not only unprecedented, it's necessary. With amenities like grocery stores, pharmacies, cafes, and restaurants, the residents of Belhaven will no longer have to cross the freeway anymore to buy groceries, pick up a prescription, or enjoy a meal with their friends and family. This is a perfect model to live, work, and play. This project is important. It's important because it will provide for the local workforce building it and the local residents for decades after it is completed. Projects built with union labor, such as Willow Village, will help lift up the local community by raising the floor on labor standards and rejuvenating the neighborhoods. In closing, I support this project and hope you will too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. We have Lynn Brandlett coming up and Colin Bookman is next. Thank you, Lynn. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. This is Lynn Bramlett, a resident of District 3 in Menlo Park, and I'm speaking for myself. First, the development firm behind Willow Village sent out an email urging the recipients to make a public comment today in support of Willow Village, and they offered their assistance in doing so. I got the email, so I speak from personal knowledge. I believe that this kind of lobbying activity should be prohibited. To me, this action illustrates the way that developers are excessively involved in trying to influence major Menlo Park land use decisions. For many reasons, I urge you to vote to not recommend Willow Village. Project is too massive for the District 1 area. District 1 has already borne the brunt of excessive development due to the unfair Connect Menlo zoning changes. Development in District 1 is already linked to serious air pollution problems associated with asthma and other illnesses associated with earlier death rates. These new findings need more time for study. Willow Village would add more vehicle pollution, more traffic, and additional office buildings during an era when employees want to work from home. Further, Facebook Meta's business model is showing clear signs of a downturn. It's a mistake to extend Facebook's already massive presence to Menlo Park. At minimum, this project should be on hold for at least 6 months to better evaluate Facebook's prognosis. Facebook is also getting special privileges not afforded to residents as it pertains to heritage tree removal. This project would allow Facebook to remove almost 300 heritage trees with a proverbial stroke of a pen. Trees help slow global climate change. Instead of this project, I would like to see Facebook turn the area into a large regional park that would also absorb rising sea level, water, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Colin Bookman, followed by Ken Chan.
Hi, Menlo Park City Council. I am Colin Bookman, a resident of the East Palo Alto Cavanaugh neighborhood. I live less than half a mile from the proposed construction site. The Willow Village team has really listened and worked with Belhaven and East Palo Alto neighbors like myself, and provides more than 300 affordable homes in very low income units for seniors. Finally, the amenities such as a full service grocery store, pharmacy, cafe, restaurant, park, even a dog park, which is there's none nearby, and Town Square are greatly needed amenities coming to this community. This is a great addition to the community. I look forward to Menlo Park City Council doing what's right for Belhaven neighborhood residents, low-income Menlo Park residents, and the East Palo Alto community by approving this project. A fun stat, I just went to the Menlo Park City webpage, and on it, there's a map of the currently available BMRs. On that map, it's stated there's just 447 affordable rental BMR units in the entire Menlo Park district. Think about this. This single development is going to add an additional 312 BMR rentals. And by approving this project, you will nearly double affordable housing in Menlo Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Chan, followed by Patty F. Can we?
Hello. Oh,
Hi,
wonderful.
we can hear you.
Sure. Hello, members of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with our communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to express our appreciation to staff for all their hard work in putting together the report regarding this proposal tonight. On behalf of HLC and what was highlighted in our letter, I'd like to reiterate our support for the Willow Village proposal. Of these potential 1,730 homes, a total of 312 will be affordable, with 119 set aside for your senior community members at both the VLI and ELI levels, and to be constructed by an affordable housing developer with 40+ years of building and operating affordable homes throughout this region in Mercy Housing. These homes, combined with the newly proposed $5 million in additional funding for affordable homes for your residents in Menlo Park, can provide your city with the much needed relief against the job housing imbalance that all of your residents are collectively experiencing in this moment. We urge you to take all the necessary steps tonight to move this proposal forward so that it may become a reality for all of your Menlo Park community members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Padia, followed by Fran Den. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Patty Fry. I Menlo Park resident of District 5. I'm a former planning commissioner, and I'm just can't believe the big task in front of you, or this mountain of information that has just been provided and being given and pressured to take very little time. Take your time. Our community deserves it. This is Menlo Park's largest project ever. And, you know, the devil's in the details, so take your time. There are much good about this project, but it is an opportunity to improve the jobs housing imbalance. And the big risk is the 6 big office towers that can affect traffic, our infrastructure requirements, and add to pressures for housing throughout Menlo Park. It's a built-out community. We see an uproar in our community over 90 units. And here, this is projected through the housing needs assessment to add 815 housing unit shortage. We can't expect other communities to take care of that problem. They're expecting us to take care of their problems. We've got to take care of our own problems. What could go wrong? We know from the Bohannon-Menlo Gateway project and the prior Facebook projects, you know, they didn't add housing. This has to add its own housing. So I don't recommend certifying the EIR as it stands either. There are some questions that I put in a letter today about the mismatch of the Connect Menlo and ABEG 2040 projections. I don't think that the demand for housing has been adequately addressed in this EIR, much less the project itself. There are a lot of legal details that are in the myriad pages. Take your time to address them. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fran Dean, followed by Josh Arias. Fran,
good evening. Fran Dean, Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this evening. The creation of the Willow Village Master Plan
Fran, we lost you.
Yeah, I can't hear either.
Okay, am I on now? Yes. You hear me? All right. So I'm going to start with the creation of the Willow Village Master Plan has been a multi-year process of designing, refining, and collaborating to create balance of each component: office, retail, commercial, housing, and open space. It is not a aggregation of these force-fit into available space. Rather, it's a carefully crafted plan integrating community feedback and into a resulting composition that is what the community has really requested. The project is a model of corporate responsibility and specifically community-based planning. The developers have listened to the community and delivered in response to the input. They've engaged for over 4 years in this input process. Outreach has been extraordinary, and the applicant has responded with affordable housing, grocery store, bank, retail, and parks, open space. In summary, I think it should be viewed as a standard in planning, delivering unprecedented community benefits and amenities to the neighborhood and to the city as a whole, while meeting Meta's long-term goal to remain, contribute, and flourish in Menlo Park. Thank you for your consideration this evening. And we do urge you to make the recommendation to council to certify the EIR and move forward with the project. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Fran. Our next speaker is Josh Arias, followed by Vince Rocha.
Thank you, Chair DeGardi and commissioners for this opportunity. My name is Josh Arias. I'm an English pastor here at Eternal Life Church under the direction and leadership of my father, who was not available to attend today, Senior Pastor Arturo Arias. We are at the corner of Willow and O'Brien. We've been serving our community and our city here in Menlo Park for 34 years, so we're no strangers here. We are gonna be neighbors to the Willow Village project, and our church leadership team and our members are very, very excited about the development and what this project will bring to our side of the city. As faith leaders here in Belhaven, we are thrilled about this opportunity to be able to build a stronger community together. And through this vision, we believe the housing and the jobs through Willow Village are a big plus to our growing, strong and thriving community here in Belhaven. And we're here to support. We really are. We're here to support and embrace this mega opportunity to improve our community of faith, our city, and obviously this region. We are here again to support Willow Village, and we ask that you recommend approval this evening for this project. Once again, blessings to everyone from Eternal Life Church here in 965 O'Brien.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vince Rocha, followed by Adina Levin.
Good evening. My name is Vince Rocha. I'm the Vice President of Housing and Community Development with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. Among the top concerns of our members is the need for housing affordable for all incomes here in the Bay Area. And the Willow Village project before you is unique in many positive ways. I'm going to list 3 of those ways: sustainability, affordability, and community. This is one of the most sustainable projects in the region, using low carbon building materials and encouraging mobility options that reduce car emissions and car trips. The project is one of the most affordable in the region, one of the few I've seen actually provide over 300 affordable homes on site, not a land dedication, not a monetary donation, but actually it's going to create these homes on site, which is very difficult to achieve. This project also brings to mind community because of the robust retail, park, open space, and job amenities. And yes, I do mean jobs are amenities. Jobs created here are more environmentally sustainable in the Bay Area because we have better public transit. This project has better mobility options than if we created jobs in another state or region that increases sprawl. When jobs and homes move to states like Texas, the per capita carbon emissions triple for Texas residents compared to California residents. Creating homes and jobs in California, in the Bay Area, is environmentally sustainable. This project brings to mind also other advantages to the community, from grocery stores to other amenities that's going to benefit current and future residents. We really recommend you support this onto the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina Levin, followed by Brielle John. Adina, can you please unmute yourself? Hi, Adina, please unmute yourself.
Great. That just worked. That changed how it worked. Anyway, my name is Adina Levin. I am a Menlo Park resident and have a few comments. So building on, what a number of commenters have said regarding the importance of the housing, and one of the questions from a commissioner, I have a question about the sequencing of the housing. One of the challenges of this area is that there's been a lot of jobs and office space brought into the area before the housing was built, and it would really be helpful to have housing added in the early phases of this development, so we don't have even more people coming into work and increasing displacement pressure before there is new housing. Another comment I have on is about the transportation, and there still are some occasions in the EIR where it talks about widening roadways in an attempt to alleviate congestion, which historically doesn't work to do that. It just makes it less safe to walk and bike. So I would urge that to be reduced as much as possible. Lastly, I have a question about the diesel generators, which could be needed in case of a long time power outage, but I'm wondering whether with some of the solar, whether there's going to be batteries added so that to be able to also be used as a backup in case there are short outages and reduce the need to ever have to run diesel generators, which pollute the air. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brielle John, followed by Jeffrey Moore. Hi, Brielle, can you please unmute yourself?
There, I got it. I want you people to understand that not only were you burdened all weekend, but I was working with a group of people going through these documents, and we did not finish as of 4 o'clock today. I'm glad that there's going to be a continuance of this, and hopefully you're not going to make any decisions tonight. I want you to remember who Facebook is. Facebook is a company that told us 10 years ago that they were going to bring 35,000 employees into their buildings. That at the time was greater than the population of Menlo Park. So don't get swayed by dog parks, by elevated parks, by bike paths, by bike parking. We're talking about a project that's going to be with us and its negative impacts for years and years. What we did learn this weekend is that the development agreement is the most important document you're going to be looking at, because in there you'll see what is really required and what is just on a wish list. If you go back to 2016, 2018, we had a Connect Menlo, and the mitigations for the traffic at that time still have not been met. So you people have to understand that this project could possibly be sold, just like Greenheart was sold, and it's now Springline. So get your requirements in, nail it down, because I think we're going to be dealing with a whole new company. The office does not have to be built to make this project a successful one. You can just do housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Moore, followed by Kathy Baird.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, can you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
Good.
Hi, Jeffrey, please unmute yourself.
We can hear you.
Okay. It looks like Jeffrey's having some technical difficulties. Hey, Jeffrey, can you hear us?
See over here on the left, there's a mute button that they.
Here. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kathy Baird, and I'm a member of Peninsula for Everyone. And I've done home repair in Menlo Park as a volunteer with Habitat for Humanity. I support Willow Village because it transforms old office space into a place for 1,730 new homes, including more than 300 affordable homes. Of the 300, up to 120 homes will be reserved for senior housing at the very low income and extremely low income levels. That's really super, the very low income and the extremely low income. These homes, plus the newly proposed $5 million in additional funding for affordable housing in Menlo Park, will be an amazing opportunity for much needed housing. In addition, this project will provide badly needed amenities to the Belhaven neighborhood. Amenities like a grocery store, pharmacy services, and space for local retail that people will be able to walk and bike to. The grocery store is huge. People won't have to cross the highway to buy food as they do now. Regarding the earlier comment about air quality, this project will include funding for air quality monitoring. Please approve Willow Village. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try Jeffrey again and followed by Larissa Ocañada. Hi, Jeffrey. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, it looks like Jeffrey's still having some technical difficulties. We'll try Jeffrey later. So now we're moving on to Larissa Ocañada, followed by Bonnie. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Larissa Ocañada, and I'm representing SAMCETA, the San Mateo County Economic Development Association. For 7 decades, SAMCETA has been a leading voice for the economic engine that is San Mateo County. Willow Village delivers amenities and services to the Belhaven neighborhood, including a full-service grocery store, pharmacy services, cafes, and restaurants, and publicly accessible park space, community gathering spaces, and a town square. The updated community amenities will now also include affordable housing commitment of additional $5 million funding over and above the 312 affordable housing units in the plan, the Belhaven's shuttle funding for air quality monitoring. Willow Village will deliver these amenities in phase 1 of the project, which is critically important for the important community which already exists around the project site. The reduction in office space along with an improvement circulation plan means a 30% reduction in traffic impacts. SAMCETA is pleased to hear that local businesses will be prioritized for retail and dining. The past 2.5 years during the COVID pandemic have impacted our small and locally businesses, and this benefit recognizes that they continue to need our support. Willow Village provides convenient access for Belhaven neighbors, which raise pedestrian and bike connections over Willow Road near Hamilton Avenue that connects directly to the town square and services. 2 other benefits include union labor that provides good paying jobs and benefits, and utilization of sustainable building materials to reduce buildings' carbon emissions by 50% compared to additional construction. On behalf of SAMCETA Board of Directors and CEO Roseanne Fowles, I'm pleased to offer our support for the Willow Village project. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving on to Bonnie, followed by Leora Tanhuato Ross. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I'll keep this. Sorry. Hi. I'm not sure where you went to.
Sorry, go ahead.
So my name is Bonnie Lamb. I live in a Belhaven neighborhood. I just want to urge you guys to certify this EIR report. This whole process this whole planning has been going on for about 5 years at this point. And throughout this whole time, Signature has been doing a lot of outreach and making feedbacks based on what our community has been telling them. I truly believe that the amenities are worth it. Right now, I currently go to the Starbucks right at the corner of Willow and Hamilton a lot. And the idea of being able to support small and local businesses and have an area to really gather with my community would be amazing. I'm really excited to hear the support for the Dumbarton Rails. I'm really excited to see where that would go. I think that could really help with the traffic. And I just want to urge you guys to not let perfect be the enemy of good. There's been a lot of back and forth already with these projects. And I think the time is now to build housing. And the longer we wait, it's just going to be longer and longer before we could get housing in our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We now have 15 commenters remaining. Next up is Leora Tanhuato Ross, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name, followed by Romaine Tenier. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Leora Tanhuato Ross. You did a fine job with my name. I'm here on behalf of YIMBY Action and Peninsula for Everyone to support this proposal. As part of my job, I got the immense privilege to meet some folks who live in BMR units in Belhaven. And I just wanted to tell you about sort of the time I got to spend with these folks. One man, he sort of showed me where he lived, and he was like, look, this is where I live. Like, this is my house. This is where I get to be. And he showed me, the first thing he showed me was his fridge.
They had 2
He was
minutes.
like, can you believe can you believe the food that I have here? And as an extremely low income person, he'd never had so much food in his life. And another thing he told me was that every single day he prays and thanks God for the home that he has in Menlo Park. And I look at this proposal and I just know that there are 300 people who pray to get a BMR apartment. And tonight we have the opportunity to move those 300 dreams forward. And so I hope you do that and certify the CAR and bring this project to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Romain Tenier, followed by Alex Torres.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Romain Tenier, East Palo Alto Cavanaugh resident. As a Cavanaugh East Palo Alto neighbor resident, I support the Willow Village Development Mixed-Use Project, which has been refined over the last couple of years with community inputs. In addition to some more detailed questions and comments that I submitted ahead of the meeting, I look forward to the City of Menlo Park and the City of East Palo Alto to closely work together with the residents and start as soon as possible on traffic parking improvements and traffic calming measures to discourage Cavanaugh cut-through traffic and speeding, and also improve walkability and bicycling. I also hope that this project will help transform the O'Brien Business Park area in a more lively and pedestrian bicycle-friendly community district, which will be integrated in its surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you very much again in advance for your support of this exciting live, work, play development east of US 101. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Torres, followed by phone number ending in 6203.
Good evening, members of the commission. Alex Torres here, Director of State Government Relations for the Bay Area Council. On behalf of our over 300 members, I'm very excited to join you tonight to voice support for this project. The project applicant has spent a ton of time working with all these different stakeholders to put together, as my friend Mr. Rocha from SVLG stated, a project that really has so many different components to laud the sustainable nature of this project, the importance of the affordable components, all great things that really make this an exemplary project. Throughout our state and the region, employers are concerned. There's not enough housing for employees, right? It's not sustainable to outsource jobs to less carbon-friendly states like Texas, as Mr. Rocha cited. This is an exemplary project for the feedback solicited, the size, the scope, the variety of the amenities, the environmental benefits, and more. And it shows that we are really serious in terms of providing that housing and also providing housing that adjusts to the modern realities of the workday, right? Not everyone is in an office 5 days out of the work week in most cases. So this is a place where folks can live, work, play, all in the same area, and that's really critical. And I think that's hopefully more projects like this throughout the state go forward. But really want to urge your support for this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 6203, followed by Oris Harmon.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hey, good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Michael Ochoa, and I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 217 here in San Mateo County. I'm here tonight to voice my support of the Willow Village project. I was given a chance to start a career that has provided not only for me, but also for my family. This developer's commitment to using a union signatory general contractor on this project comes as a guarantee someone from this community will be given the chance I was given. They will be able to hold his or her head up high, knowing that they will be treated fairly and be paid what they deserve for their hard work. The residents of Menlo Park need this opportunity. For these reasons, I put my support behind this project and ask you to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oris Harmon, followed by Kimberly Baller.
Good evening. My name is Aros Harmon. Some years back, I lived in East Palo Alto, a couple blocks from the border with Menlo Park, but I have lived for the past several years in San Bruno at the north end of San Mateo County. I chair the Planning Commission up here, so I speak from experience in offering thanks to the commissioners for volunteering for this duty and to staff for countless hours of work shepherding this project to where it is today. I am speaking tonight not as a commissioner, but as a representative of urban environmentalists, a community of grassroots activists that works to transform cities and towns into more sustainable, human-centered, and just communities through land use policy reform. We believe that addressing the twin crises of climate change and economic inequality requires making it possible for workers on all rungs of the economic ladder to live, work, and play in granular communities. I would like to dispute something that was said early in the presentation, specifically the idea that this project is so unprecedented. It's true that precedents in the past century are rare, but I happen to have grown up near the planned community of Columbia, Maryland. The center of Columbia had the mixed-use character seen in this design, and people loved it, and then promptly built all around it in the conventional style of the time, with commercial and office parks segregated from sprawling subdivisions. Before the handful of utopian planned cities, the precedent is every city built before the automobile. The organization Strong Towns describes the granular mixed-use design as the traditional development pattern. The cores of older cities on the East Coast or in Europe reflect this design. I want to pay respect to the project team for delivering a single large project that is a true mixed-use community. Over the past decade in San Mateo County, we have added about 10 to 11 new jobs for every one new unit of housing. This project could have continued that trend, but you listen to community concerns on the jobs housing balance and reduce the amount of offices in favor of housing. This is an excellent project. It's what our region needs more of. I encourage the commission to send an affirmative recommendation to your city council. And I will note that I am accompanied by my spouse, Plymouth Ansbergs, who would also like to speak, if that's okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Plymouth Ansbergs. I live in San Bruno with Aros, and I work as a hardware test engineer at Google. As a large part of my job, I work in various labs throughout the Bay Area, one of which is Intertech, which has a facility just east of this planned development on Adams Court. I am there at least a couple of times a month, and I wanted to comment on how much this project will have a positive effect, not just for the people who get to live and work on the project site, but on the surrounding area. Just today, I was testing out at Intertech's lab on Adams Court and remarking to a coworker that there is exactly one option in walking distance to get lunch at that place, and the road we need to take to get there doesn't even have sidewalks. I'm excited about the new walkable dining options this new development will bring to employees of the surrounding businesses, as well as the fact that it will bring so much needed housing to the area. And I urge you to move forward towards approval of this project.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Baller, followed by Kathleen Daly. Kimberly, can you please unmute yourself? Thanks.
Yeah, my name is Kimberly Baller, and I've worked at Meta for 12 years. My husband and I were able to buy a home in East Palo Alto in 2014, and we lived there together for 6 years with our son. I am supportive of this development. Our home was on Kavanaugh Drive, right outside the development space. Even though I was less than a mile from my office at 1 Hacker Way, the commute to get there was tough. I would either have to go up O'Brien battling the UPS trucks that were leaving their storage facility, or have to go down University where the bike lanes suddenly end in the middle of the street or aren't safe with all the commute traffic on that road. I could walk, but that would take us 30 minutes to get all the way out to the bayfront and then back into the office. My son's daycare was even right at the corner of O'Brien and Kavanaugh, so I had a pretty easy commute. But again, I had to go back out to Willow or University because I wasn't able to cut through the Willow campus. When I lived there, the walking was tough. The curbs have been grandfathered in, so there are no ramps at the corners on Kavanaugh Drive or in the surrounding area. We had a large dog that needed to run, but there were no dog parks in the Kavanaugh neighborhood of East Palo Alto. We would have to cross over University. Most of our neighbors had been there for 20, 30, 40 years with no real great options for grocery stores or restaurants. These are some of the kindest, caring neighbors we've ever had. They would watch out for our home, let us know when the garage door was open, help us close it. And I really want them to be able to benefit from a better quality of life from seeing this development go through. Finally, I live in San Diego now, but I frequent back up to the Bay Area frequently. And I would love to have another hotel in the Bayfront that would make my stays there much better. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Daly, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Hello, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak for just a second. I want to start off by just saying the grocery store and pharmacy was something promised to Belhaven years ago. It's been a part of the conversation about Willow Village for a really long time. There's a beautiful community that already exists in Belhaven. The sense of creating a community presented in this project is, in my opinion, a bit misleading. Adding more office development right now without taking into consideration the housing challenges and where locals can purchase food, go out to dinner, shop, eat, live. Right now, everyone in Belhaven and anyone that is an office worker with new office will have to leave that area to go get other things that they want to get done, shop, go out to dinner, things like that. Ask anybody that lives on the opposite side of 101 Willow Road. Ask all the neighborhoods back there how they feel about the traffic going in and out of Willow Road. Without putting those amenities there first, we are just adding to horrible traffic patterns that already exist. So I'm asking to maybe take a look at flipping this project a little bit, put the housing and the amenities, the things that were promised to Belhaven years ago, and I've been a part of a lot of meetings and I've heard a lot of this for many years. Give Belhaven what they deserve, the grocery store, the pharmacy. The sense of community will only be built from starting from that aspect and moving out. Putting a bunch of more offices in there is not building community. Community starts, it grows and it branches out. It's not office first. I'm not against the project, but I just ask that you consider giving Belhaven what you promised them years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan Grimes, followed by Karen Eshu.
Yes, good evening, staff and commissioners. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a resilience manager with Greenbelt Alliance. We are an environmental nonprofit organization dedicated to helping create climate resilient and sustainable communities throughout the Bay Area. We are proud to endorse and support Willow Village. From a housing supply and affordability standpoint, these 1,700 new homes provided by Willow Village are badly needed in Menlo Park and would represent almost double the housing produced by the city in the last decade. We're particularly excited to see builders go above and beyond to provide a deeper level of affordability, including ELI and VLI housing. A huge percentage of San Mateo County seniors are renters and are at risk given rising rents. So these rent restricted units are a huge boon to our community. We need as many of them as we can get our hands on. With regard to concerns about the jobs housing imbalance, Greenbelt supports and urges the city to embrace more equitable planning, including easing restrictions on infill housing development both downtown and west of El Camino. Willow Village prioritizes a number of important sustainability factors throughout the project, efficiently reusing existing land and infrastructure to higher use, creating previously non-existent walkability and bikeability, making it easier for both new and existing residents to use active transportation to get around. The new parks and green space are also important benefits to the community, given the very limited tree canopy and green space east of 101. And the addition of new amenities in Belhaven, including a grocery store, pharmacy, and shuttle service, will help reduce local VMT and greenhouse gas emissions. And then finally, it should be noted that UC Berkeley's local climate policy tool shows that increasing the city's supply of dense infill housing is the single most effective strategy Menlo Park can employ to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Ultimately, this is a strong, badly needed project, and we urge your support today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Eshu, followed by Barry Hathaway. Hey, Karen, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I'm Karen Eshu. I'm the head of school at Mid-Peninsula High School, which is located at 1340 Willow Road. And I'm joining once again to voice our support for the Willow Village project. We have had a really positive and productive relationship with Signature, and specifically with Eric Morley, who's been a great partner to us in keeping us informed about the project, working with us on some questions that we've had. And we're thrilled for what this is going to do for the Belhaven neighborhood. As somebody who is native of the Bay Area and specifically the peninsula, I have to say it's about time that Belhaven gets the things that are going to come through this project. And because we live in that neighborhood and because we serve so many students and families from the neighborhood, we are thrilled to see it come into fruition as soon as possible. So we're grateful to the city of Menlo Park for working with the neighbors, the neighborhood, and that includes us. And we are very excited about soon to be a neighbor to a really beautiful public park on one side of our campus as well. So congratulations to the folks at Signature for leading what has been a very thorough and very much community-centered process. And as others have noted, that really has made a huge difference. And we know that Belhaven will be better for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barry Hathaway, followed by Eileen McLaughlin.
Evening, commissioners. My name is Barry Hathaway, and I'm the CEO of JobTrain, which is a very long-standing workforce development nonprofit that's been in Menlo Park for a very, very long time, nearly 50 years. I'm really speaking today in favor of this project, but specifically with a lens toward the job creation, and preparing local residents for the jobs that are going to be created on this project. I should say that we have a fairly long history of working with Meta in this community to help local residents get trained up and prepared for jobs. So we know that they are taking this very seriously. We know they have a good history of making that happen with partners like JobTrain. I have worked closely with Paul Nieto and Eric to talk about how Signature Development can play a role in making sure that jobs in the construction phase of this project in particular are made available to local residents who we train. We work very closely with Local 217, Carpenters Union, and they take a lot of our graduates when they finish our training program, but we also have IT training programs and culinary arts training programs. Meta's food service provider flagship has hired many of our culinary arts graduates already and are on track to hire many more. So I want to assure you that our experience with Signature and with Meta is that they're taking this idea of helping local residents get the jobs that are created on this project very seriously. We really believe in that project for ourselves to help them and others like us. And I really support this project and ask you to certify this EAR. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin. I'm sorry, I'm messing up her name, followed by Michael Murillo.
Good evening, commissioners. I am Eileen McLaughlin. I represent the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. My colleague Rick Johnson spoke a little earlier this evening, and we know that this is an immense and complex project, but what we do is focus in certain aspects of relating to wetlands, wildlife, the plants and animals that depend on wetland habitat. So that's the points that we bring forward in the letter that we also sent to you. I want to mention two things that we have in that letter. One, it relates to trash, balloons that might blow from the elevated park. We have asked that action be taken to keep the winds of Menlo Park, and I have spent many hours walking on the Menlo Park shoreline to know that winds can be blustery. And here we have an elevated park. That trash, those bags, and especially those awful balloons end up in wildlife habitat and are extremely dangerous to the species there and damaging. Secondly, I want to point out that there's this wonderful small little willow sawsill is called a wetland that is just on the border of this project. Willows used to be so plentiful here, and it exists because it has a freshwater source that is unknown. And with this immense project, any action of the project could possibly destroy that source. We are asking that they identify that source and ensure that water continues to serve a rare and special ecological habitat bordering this property. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers left. Next speaker is Michael Murillo, followed by Mike H.
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, great. So, I'm impressed by the number of really eloquent, well-articulated speakers with great scripts. I'm not one of those, unfortunately. I'm just kind of a dad here in Belhaven. I live in the Sevier area of Belhaven, and I'm actually in favor of this project. I kind of feel like the project is sort of like a glass in the desert, a glass of water in the desert. You know, and I think what my concern is that we spent a lot of time sort of debating the flavor of that water, where I don't really know where else we would get this source of services, this sort of hub for the community, this sort of centerpiece that we've lacked for a long time. I've been here for a long time, and I think these services are extremely valuable to a lot of members of this community, and you know, across the whole board of it. And I do believe that it's something that's kind of I personally feel really grateful that Meta, et cetera, is committing or is interested in providing all this. I don't know, like I said, where else it would come from. So I'm in favor of it. I just hope that as this develops, we're considerate of the kind of the community here, that we find ways of celebrating the culture and the various communities that are part of this, that are generally minority cultures, in both the design and the way that the space is expressed, and the way that the space continues to try to support that it become very much a recognition of this community. And then the second thing is that I hope that we're very much also as considerate as we can be with what I think is the gem of this area, which is the bay and the wetlands, and that we are as considerate as we possibly can be. But I appreciate the time and given to allow me to speak here, and I hope this project goes through. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike H, followed by Ali Sapirman.
Hi, this is Mike H in Belhaven, 1300 block of Sevier Avenue in District 1. And thank you, planning commissioners, all Willow Village project members, and especially members of the community who have been a part of the process over the last 4+ years, and who are here tonight, as well as the Menlo Park City staff and then the council members as well. I really appreciate and want to voice support for the Willow Village project, and just want to note that, you know, I've worked and waited over 20 years saving for a down payment, and out of the 3 different Bay Area locations I looked to buy, Belhaven is where I chose. And it took over 20 years of saving and being a veteran to be able to do that. And I would not support the project if I did not think that it'd be a huge benefit for the neighborhood. And there's several different talking points supporting the projects, turning the outdated industrial complex into a community engaged multi-use site, an area for living, working, and playing. The team has solicited our input over 4+ years. There's more than 300 affordable homes, additional $5 million in funding, 312 affordable housings, a shuttle, funding for the air quality monitoring, prioritizing the amenities in phase 1, highly sustainable LED LEED gold certification, and then union labor as well. My father has over a 50-year union pin, so he's got his 50-year union pin. I fully support the project, and again, I would not support the project if I did not think it'd be a huge benefit to the neighborhood. And I know there's some locals that may not feel as strong about it. Tonight, we've had over 17 people in favor, approximately 7 opposed, and 3 kind of negative towards it. But overall, people are supporting it, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ali Sapirman, followed by Michael.
Good evening, planning commissioners and staff. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition to speak in strong support of the Willow Village project. I want to echo previous comments about how many much needed homes and community resources Willow Village adds, alongside the benefit of using union labor. I also want to flag what many folks opposing the project have been saying tonight, that this project has had very little review. Comments like these are attempts to block housing. The Willow Village project has been under consideration for 5 years. Extremely slow and long timelines like these are why we are seriously behind in producing housing. But Willow Village has an opportunity to be revolutionary for the city of Menlo Park and the region as a whole. Thank you so much to the commission and the staff for your time working on this. This project has been extensively and thoroughly studied Please don't block housing. Please move this project forward without any delay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael. Michael, you can unmute.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Hi, my name is Michael Arusa. I'm a resident of Menlo Park in District 4, and I'd like to voice my strong support for the Willow Village project. I think it brings a lot of very necessary housing development to the Menlo Park area. 300 affordable housing units would significantly increase the availability of affordable housing, and 1,700 housing units in general would help a lot with the housing shortage affecting the Bay Area. And the project also just looks like it succeeds on many different dimensions of just being a great, containing lots of amenities, being a great place to visit, and a great addition to the community. So voicing my strong support, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Through the chair, I do not see any remaining hands raised at the moment. If you would like, we could wait some more time or close the public comment period.
Yeah, let's go ahead and wait a moment. If anybody has been waiting this long to be able to participate this evening, I want to make sure you have a chance. While we do that, I just want to thank everybody who has provided public comment this evening, who's taken the time to be here, to wait, to deal with the technology of remote connection, and to participate. Public comment engagement is what makes our community strong, and we're deeply grateful. So thank you. With that, is there anybody else, Ms. Began, who has raised their hand?
Chair Gudakarty, I can confirm that there are no public comments, no hands raised. Thank you.
All right. With that, I will go ahead and close public comment. We are at the portion of the program where it comes back to the virtual dais. The first question I'm going to ask, and then I'm actually going to make it a statement, is that we take a 3-minute recess and return. Everybody has been listening diligently, and I think we'll be able to have a better conversation with a 3-minute break. So we'll return by my mark at 6 minutes after 10 o'clock. So go quick. All right, welcome back, everybody. So I have just after 10 o'clock, we'll go until about 10:40, and then I will pause us to see where we are relative to our question about how we find the time to come to the resolution if we need more time than 11 o'clock tonight. I'll also remind us that ultimately we have to act on what was set up by Mr. Parada. It's under the recommendation that is in the staff reports, first page of the staff report, page 27 in our document with the 7 bullets. So as you think your comments and questions, ultimately that's what we have to act on this project. And with that, I will turn it over to any commissioner who would like to begin. Commissioner Harris.
Well, nobody else raised their hand, so I'm going to start us off.
Thank you.
First, I want to thank everyone for calling in and sitting. I know this is a long meeting. I know there was so much to read. And I really applaud the public for taking the time to call in. And we really do listen to what you guys have to say, for sure. It's really helpful, and it does help us kind of call our thinking. So thank you so much. Thanks also to staff I'm sure you guys put in some long hours on this one, and to the applicant. I know this has been a long haul for you guys as well. The project is beautiful. There's so many great things about it with the town square and a nice gathering place. And it was good to hear from some close by neighbors. And I think we're pretty close. I think there's just a couple areas where I think we could just kind of fine tune a couple things. So there are 3 areas that I'd like to talk about, and I'll talk about the first one, and then I'll maybe let somebody else talk and come back. But overall, so the 3 things are housing, kind of the transportation, circulation, and the community amenities. So I'll just start with housing. So we are adding housing, but we are unfortunately exacerbating rather than improving our office to housing ratio with this project, right? So according to the housing needs assessment, the project results in an 815 unit net decrease in housing availability. And then as new workers enter the housing market, the demand for housing increases, but without enough supply, rent prices are going to increase, and then current renters are displaced. So that's something that I know we all want to see prevented. Having said that, it's a positive thing that this office expansion is including housing, because there have been so many office projects in the past in Menlo Park that have had 0 housing. So I think we're moving in the right direction. So I also appreciate that we've upped our percentage of our expectation of who might live here to 20%. Right now, currently, we stand at 5.9% of people who work in Menlo Park live in Menlo Park. So I know we're looking to increase that, and we are increasing that with this project. We're just not getting all the way to 100%. And I would hope in the not too distant future, we would be able to, with office development, offset 100% of the commensurate housing needs that we create with new office. And we're not there yet, but we are moving in the right direction. So I want to thank for that. I wish we were a little further, but I appreciate that we're moving in the right direction. Specific to the below market rate agreement, I would like to get some more clarity on that component. My understanding is that for a residential project, there must be a minimum of 15% inclusionary BMR housing, which should be then commingled with the market rate housing and should average to the low income level. And for this project, in addition with the commercial development bonus, that's another, that's more below market units. So we're at 312 below market below market units that are all supposed to be inclusionary. But in this case, they're not. In this instance, 119 of those units will be housed within a single building for low-income seniors. And in this situation, given that we do really need senior housing, this seems like a really good fit, especially because we can get to that we can get to the extremely low and the very low, which is really hard, I think, for us to make work in an inclusionary situation. So I just want to make sure we have dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's, especially as it relates to the funding, since the cost of these two different types of housing, inclusionary and standalone, could be wildly different. Why? Because a nonprofit developer would have access to additional funding that a for-profit development would not have. So for the 119 senior housing units, I would like to confirm a couple things. First, for the land, I'm pretty sure that this is the commitment, but for the sake of my colleagues and the public who have called in, I would like Signature to confirm that they are contributing improved land, so it's ready for development. So that, I mean, the land is graded, it has sewer hookups and the like, and the entitlements. So I'd like to make sure that that is explicit in our BMR agreement. And second, for the funding, I'd like to confirm that Signature is going to commit 100% of the GAP funds in a way that that positions the project to be as competitive as possible. And I don't want it to draw on our Menlo Park BMR funds, nor the county Measure K funds, so that Signature is meeting 100% of their obligation to us that could have been inclusionary, but now is going to be, which we want, is going to be a standalone senior center. So I would like that to be reassured to me and my colleagues, and if that could also be put into the BMR proposal. So those are my comments on housing, and I think I'll leave it there. And either we could have Signature respond to my questions about the BMR, or we could wait and see if we could put that, make sure that they get put into the letter.
Why don't we let them respond if that's okay?
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Commissioner Harris, thank you for those questions. You mentioned several things that I want to address. First of all, the project is, well, our housing shortage is a regional problem. It is not, it can't be addressed. I mean, you can try to address it on a project by project basis, but the way land is zoned, it's not practical. That's why Connect Menlo looked at jobs and areas for housing that don't have any office related to it. So this project will be providing about 1,700 houses. There's also about 1,100 have already been approved in District 1 with no office going with them. Sobrato has another 430 some odd. So there'll be 1,500 very shortly approved in District 1 with no office. In our project, we already have 3,500 jobs existing on the site as it sits today. So we'll be adding approximately 3,400 new employees with 1,730 jobs. And if you talk to any of the economists, they'll say that's really good jobs housing balance just there, not even including the rest of the region's housing that's being added. So you have to look at it in the entirety, and we think that this area of Menlo Park is doing a great job, and the city is doing a great job of trying to manage and catch up with the jobs housing deficit that has been built up over the last 15 years. And then as it relates to the affordable housing, yes, the land will be contributed to a nonprofit partnership, and Willow Village intends to fund the gap. However, and with no local match from the city, that would be, in a sense, Willow Village would make up for the local gap match from the city. We will be asking for the Measure K funds from the county. I think that's appropriate. and we will be asking for participation in the low income housing tax credit at the state and federal level. The reason for that is our policymakers know that housing did not create the housing shortage that we have in California. So they've made provisions for us, particularly when you can drive for the very low affordability, that they've made those additional resources available so that we can drive that that AMI down very low and reach the most vulnerable population. So we do intend to go for county funds, but will not use any of the Menlo Park's funds. And in fact, we're adding the Menlo Park funds with the $5 million and handling the 22 teacher housing units that we're.
Okay, so let me thank you for that. So that all sounds good, except for the county Measure K funding. So my concern is that if you were providing all inclusionary units, that would cost you a certain amount of money. But because you're creating this standalone building, you're able to provide those units at a lower cost to you. So given our BMR requirement, it seems to me either you would need to not take county Measure K funding because I would like for you to fund the entire project given your commitment for what would have been inclusionary, or I guess or come up with a different way. So maybe that would be to increase the BMR inclusionary or reduce from moderate to low income some of those units commensurate with what that county Measure K funding might be in order to balance out so that you are providing what we otherwise would have had, which is the inclusionary for 100%.
Well, we'll work with, we look forward to working with staff on this. I think there's a premise in your statement that the fact that we might be using county funds means it costs less for us. Willow Village is the gap funding hasn't been established yet. We have an idea of what that range might be, but I'm not so sure that it's accurate to say that we are not supporting this project to a significant degree, and that there's a benefit to the senior because we're able to tap other funds, which the state and federal government have set up the standards to do that very thing to help private developers try to drive that. So, but maybe we can talk offline on this because I'm not sure or where you're headed, but
so okay, so
on it.
So I'll just make one more point. In looking at the BMR proposals, what it says for the senior housing, the subsidy per unit, I think you're taking the whole subsidy, which would include those county funds in the measure that is calculated to your BMR. And I can certainly work with staff on this, but I'm very concerned. I want to make sure that we get this, that we get the pie worked out on this one and we get the math right. So I will stop my comments from here and let somebody else come in. Thank you, Chair DeCardi. Thank you, Mr. Nito.
I see Commissioner Barnes.
Hi, thank you. So first, thank you so much to the applicant team, staff, and all the good folks in the community who called in on this project. There's a lot of really good comments that were offered, and they certainly go recorded by myself, so I appreciate all of them. I just want to chime in on the discussion about the standalone tax credit funded project. I think when you have a project, and I think in this particular case, the use of gap funding might be not necessarily applicable in the sense that, when you have an affordable housing standalone project like this, which is going to go for tax credits, you've got your capital stack, and then you've got your ongoing operating subsidy. And I think, the discussion could be about how you fill, quote, what we're calling the gap, which is in the capital stack. I think significantly, you have the operating subsidy piece of it. And normally when you go to the AMIs that we're talking about here, the 30% and the 50% of AMI, most often projects like that have some type of vouchers, Section 8 vouchers, for instance, which go into the project to support the ongoing operating deficit when you're at the 30% or the 50% level. I suspect somewhere there's already a basic pro forma on the project, but I think we need also to mix into this discussion, which is, yes, there's a capital piece, but really, we're talking, I think, about the ongoing operating subsidies. And if you look in the voluminous, I, for instance, got a hard copy of the staff report going on Exhibit BB13. It does pull out the total subsidy numbers for ELI, VLI, and the B of R units. So I don't have a solution for it, but I think we need to look at this, and I'd like to learn more. If someone on this call can talk, someone from the applicant team can talk a little bit more to, were there operating subsidies being contemplated in the form of rental subsidies because of these lower AMI levels, and how are you gonna cover that on an ongoing basis? And I know that the development partner, Mercy, may not be present, but I'd like to hear from the development team, any thoughts they have on that.
Those are great comments. As it relates to on our current working with our affordable housing partner, it looks like the operating of the project is going to be very, very tight in terms of working and not meeting any operating reserves. The reason for that is one of the alternatives for the capital stack is to do this without any loans and interest. So the financing of this project is still being formulated, but we do expect that it will be very tight operationally, and then there could be a subsidy, but right now that hasn't been established. If we can secure it so that we don't have any long-term debt, so that's how Mercy is trying to approach it initially this way, and we're doing our best to drive that AMI very down very, very low for this. And I guess I just on the how we finance this and get it done is we have to satisfy the city's ordinance, but how we do that is really up to us on the inclusionary side and on this other side. So we are working to satisfy the ordinance, and it seems that and we'll work with staff and the commissioners to understand the financing. But I believe that how we do that, we should have the freedom to do that, and if we can find a better way to finance these things, it should be our prerogative and our partners, because
right. And I don't
Willow Village is not going to own this property. We're donating and contributing that and funding the gap to a nonprofit entity. So there's no upside to Willow Village in this at all. Just wanted to make that very clear.
And Paul, I would just note that we are exceeding the city's ordinance in terms of AMI with the current proposal. And I think the questions and discussion you're having, is very, very similar to the discussion of the Housing Commission. Obviously, they landed on a unanimous recommendation for what is before you. And I just wanted to share, I know, Paul, you mentioned before, in addition to that, the requirements over and above will be contributing $5 million for affordable housing with a priority for Belhaven, and then 22 units of teacher support as well. So with those all rolled up, we will be advancing that, and appreciate the discussion, and obviously happy to continue to work with staff on that, and would appreciate any recommendations that the commission might have.
So through the chair, I guess what would be helpful, and I think Commissioner Harris was talking to this, what is that math? In other words, there are some moving targets, right? You've got discussion about, funding a gap or closing a gap, and we really don't know what that means, right? You can have all kinds of financing gaps or funding gaps in the capital stack. So you've got, that bucket over here, and then you've got the bucket of what's the value? Say you were to inclusionary. Inclusionary on this project is 18%, right? So say you were to do inclusionary at a certain level, right? So you have an economic cost associated with that. And then you've got this, which contemplates another way going at it. Maybe the Housing Commission had a more detailed discussion about it, or had a clearer vision of it. I don't. And that's not to say that it's not, it could be more clearly defined. And if we're going to be asked to say, hey, look, this is an apples to apples trade, or if we're going to be asked, hey, look, defer to staff on their judgment, whether it's an apples to apples trade. I think I certainly would like to see what that math is. Unless I'm missing something, because I don't entirely understand what it is, and it may not be available yet, right? But what's the mechanism for a check on the math to make sure that the math, evens out in terms of what's being replaced for what, and what gets done for the $5 million affordable housing extra contribution, and what gets done for the housing piece, for the teacher subsidies. That's all well and good, but that's a different discussion than this. This is the straight up apples to apples. So trying to do the math on this at some point, or how we're going to get to a math, I think is an important piece of clarification I certainly would like to see. So with that said, I do have a clarifying question to the applicant team. Is the underlying dirt going to be owned by, who's going to own the underlying dirt, and then who's going to, Mercy's going to own the improvements? Is the dirt also going to be owned by, fee interest going to be owned by Mercy as well, or is Willow going to retain
the
ownership of the land?
Yeah, the underlying land will be owned by the nonprofit entity that's created to own that property. So it'll be a Mercy controlled property. So the land will be contributed to, likely for liability purposes. Almost every building has a special purpose entity that's created. Mercy will control that, and we will be contributing that to it along with the gap funding. What Willow Village is saying is we're committing to give the land and fund the gap and do the rest of the financing. To the best of that project. And why we wouldn't go after county funds or low-income housing tax credit, to me is that doesn't make any sense that we would try to do that. Not try to do that and try to drive the affordability. You can't get there otherwise. But what Willow Village is saying is we're going to get this project done, and if it takes funding sizable gap, that's what we intend to do, and we expect there to be one. But the rest of it should be left to us. But maybe the planning commission can recommend this to the council to dig into the numbers if they want to see the math. The alternative is that we go to an all-inclusionary project, which means we can't do age-specific affordability. And and the Housing Commission, we talked about that. Those members thought that actually wouldn't be serving the community the way we think we could, because you can't get to the deep affordability otherwise. And so they went with this recommendation. So.
And I do hear the frustration in your voice. I will add that. So from my perspective, it makes all the sense in the world if there are set aside or if there are funding mechanisms at the county level to provide funding to this project. I think that's the right approach. I think that these capital stacks are wedding cakes, and you add in all different mechanisms for financing. So from my perspective, it makes no difference to me. I would say though that your gap could be $1 million, it could be 10 million. I don't know the answer to that because we don't know what it looks like. It's a leap of faith for me to say, great, whatever that capital stack, whatever that funding gap is, we're calling it is, regardless of its size, small or large, should just be a one-to-one trade for the BMR inclusionary requirement. And that for me is, I need to have an oversight mechanism on that. So those are my pieces for this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Barnes. I'm also very interested in the answer to that apples to apples question in this discussion. And I think you both have outlined that very well. Commissioner Harris, you had a follow-up along these lines?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I wanted to clarify, we're talking about, getting to those ELI and VL apartments. And I think I was told by the applicant driving those levels, but still the overall average is still low. So we're not getting anything different or more or lower with this housing. But I think it's great. I'm glad we're doing it, but it's not that we're getting deeper affordability, because overall the whole average has to be low anyway, and that's what it is. So it's not anything different than what the regular inclusionary BMR requires. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Riggs.
Thank you and good evening. I have a list of clarifying questions, and I thought in the interest of time, it's like 10 questions or more. So I might just list all the questions there for the applicant through the chair, if I may. And then we can go back through them however the applicant team would like. And before I ask these questions, because they are inherently challenging to the project, I would just like to make sure that I note that there's so much to appreciate in this project. The quality of the planning. I happen to know something about town planning. In particular, its ramifications to architectural choices, to landscaping choices, to circulation, the response to the neighborhood. There is just so much good about this project that it is very exciting. So with that, onto the little stuff. I would like to ask about the shuttle intervals, plural, and about the neighborhoods served. I would like to ask about the grocery store as well as the pharmacy and bank. And I guess I would put these in the context of our recommending the development agreement. And what assures the neighborhood and therefore the city that these will be occupied and operated. I'd like to ask a bit of a follow-up to one of our residents when and if the Hamilton Avenue sites are developed, how can we assure that either Chevron or another gas station comes back to the neighborhood as well as how the work can be scheduled to minimize the disruption. I think about as critical as anything in the DA is the hotel, where the project allows for up to a certain number of rooms. The fiscal impact analysis assumes a build out. And one of the most difficult surprises that the city could face would be if only half the hotel were built, or if the hotel were deferred for 8 or 10 years. I'd like to, well, I'm going to call these staff questions and hold them for a little bit. There are frequent references to conceptual aspects of the project. And I would just like to verify that this is not the terminology used in the DA. The questions have already been asked about the donated housing site, although I wasn't clear on the answer that the site is build ready and that it includes the utilities and clearance of any rights of way or easements. Similar to the general question about conceptual, we're approving up to a certain amount of retail square footage. Is there a minimum square footage that is being committed to in the development agreement? And then I'm going to hold the last 4 comments as being more staff oriented. So Paul, perhaps these are for you, and I can go back through the list if you like.
And Commissioner Riggs, Eric Morley with the signature team, Paul and I will cover those if that's okay. Did you want us to do that now?
That would be great. Thank you, Eric.
You bet. So on the shuttle service, it's intended for Bellhaven, the Bayfront, up through Marsh, and it's currently costed at 15-minute headways for the purposes of valuation. Ultimately, though, the routes, the headways, and the timing would be determined through a city and community process, but that's how the value is derived at 15-minute headways, which is a pretty typical local neighborhood shuttle headway.
And these are oriented toward Bellhaven, but Willow Road takes the impact along with the expressway, of course, of this development, along with developments recently in construction and recently approved. So the Willows neighborhood is actually also affected. Do any of the shuttles assist in the ability of people in the Willows to get in and out of their neighborhoods and perhaps use the village?
Right. It's as I shared, not just Bellhaven, so M1, M2, and extended. Ultimately, it could be further extended. And I'm just looking at, yeah, I'm just looking at my notes here. Yeah, but currently not. It's not. That is not included. But that could be expanded over time with other developments that may be able to come on. It's intended to be funded through our Transportation Management Association for the project. So that's something that could occur in the future.
Okay, fair answer.
And then on the gas station, absolutely. So Chevron is actually planning on and either has or will soon submit an application for its new state-of-the-art station at that location. So absolutely, that's an important amenity to the neighborhood and will continue and will be new and refreshed. And obviously they and we obviously want to minimize any downtime for that reconstruction. And then on the affordable housing, I wanted to let you know, absolutely, that that pad will be fully serviced with utilities, free and clear of any impediments to be developed. But yeah, we're delivering that ready to go to Mercy. And then I'll defer to Paul on the hotel and any funding there. So Paul, defer to you.
Thanks, Eric. As it relates to the hotel, the way we're describing it in the development agreement, as you know, in the pandemic, probably hospitality got hit the hardest, and so we're not sure exactly when the hotel will start. However, because it is an essential part of the fiscal impact study, Willow Village has agreed that if we don't have the hotel under construction and completed by certain dates, we will be funding what the fiscal impact study showed as a gap between what likely services the city would be providing versus what it was estimated. So our whole premise all along, and we've agreed with staff in the city, is that Willow Village needs to be net positive in terms of financial contribution. And so we're agreeing to fund any shortfall because of the delay of the hotel. And if it doesn't make sense from a market standpoint, capital markets or whatever.
This is up to a certain number of years, though. Is that correct?
No, it's up to a certain number of years and then yes, and it continues on. If we will meet and confer with the city and by X date and decide if there needs to be an alternative use there, and then meet and confer as to does that replacement project fund that gap or not, in which case it would continue, the gap funding would continue on thereafter.
Oh, okay. So that's a permanent part of the agreement.
Right.
All right.
And
Well,
then,
that
to answer
shows a
your
lot of
question-
faith. I appreciate that. When does that kick in? Is that after like 3 years or something?
Yeah, it's I forget exactly. It's sort of tied to the office buildings as well. And then you mentioned the grocery store, and the grocery store is the first residential building.
Oh, I just want to interrupt real quick. I just want to
Yeah.
clarify the gap wouldn't go on in perpetuity. It would be for the duration of the DA. So the goal isn't to become a funding source in perpetuity for the city. The DA allows for up to 17 years.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Thanks, Mike. And then as it relates to the grocery store, the way the grocery store site sits is, and I should probably, and this will address something that Commissioner Harris said earlier, is in our planning, there's for the development of the site, there's a demolition of the buildings on site, then there's the building of our infrastructure, the streets and the like. And then once that is completed, we can go vertical with our buildings. The first 3 office buildings that would start are replacement for the existing office space that's there. And then within 4 months of those starting, the first residential with the grocery store and parcel 6. So the first 2 residential buildings start. And then the remaining buildings start in timing relative to the remaining 3 office buildings. So that by the time, if the office construction is in front of the resi, we need to have all of the phase, what I consider the affordable senior building, parcel 3, the largest residential building, and then the remaining 2 other resi buildings all underway before the final office building is occupied. So we're trying to tie that together. The challenge we have is that the construction time for the residential takes longer than the office. There's more, we have subterranean parking, and it just there's more kitchens and baths and things like that it just takes longer to build resi than it does pure office. So we work closely with staff on how to ensure that the residential is coming on stream in a reasonable time frame with the office building.
So actually, that relates to Commissioner Harris's question. But
Yes.
Mine was more about the expectations that the neighborhood might have about having grocery store, pharmacy, and bank operational. And the reason that this is an issue on the peninsula is some events in Palo Alto. And
Yes.
you've probably heard about the one that's just at the Embarcadero turnoff of 101 that I think they're on their third grocery store with a number of gaps, and then a fight over a $1,000 a day fine, which was largely emotional, not factual, but it was an awful situation. How will this project make these three locations more enduring and more successful?
Well, we've been in discussion with a number of the retailers you've discussed, the grocery, the bank, and pharmacy. And one of the ways that we're approaching this is, particularly for the grocery store, is we're providing a rent subsidy for the first few years. And so, starting off, they've got good runway to build their ramp up of operations. Their market studies show that the community, both to the west from Belhaven and to the south, are very underserved in terms of grocery. So they believe there's a strong market there, as well as there will be a strong market with the 1,700 units we're going to be building there. And so that's how we're addressing the operations of the grocery store, with providing the 2-year rent subsidy.
Yeah, Paul, I would also add, not only are we providing a multi-year rent subsidy, we are spending more than $30 million to physically build out the space for that grocer. So the DA also obligates us to engage and sign a lease with an established grocer, unlike some of the other smaller regional or local grocers. And then last, we've obviously incorporated the shuttle as a direct means to have residents come to and from. So there are a number of efforts. One, tens of millions of dollars to build that out, establish grocer, a multi-year rent subsidy, shuttle, kind of a multi-pronged approach. And the good news is for Willow Village and the community is that there is strong interest, and there continues to be. So we're very excited about that and bringing that online. Similar with the pharmacy and other, we are building out those spaces. So we are inducing those folks to be in, and those are all items that are included in the amenities list, and we're bound through the DA.
Right.
All right, that's a great answer. Thank you.
Commissioner Riggs, I apologize to interrupt. I had made a promise that at 20 minutes to 11, I would pause us to have a discussion about how we would continue the conversation either past 11 in the future. I just want to flag, is there something on your current thread that you want to finish up, or is there a natural potential pause in your questions that I could raise that with the committee, since we're at 10 minutes to the top of the hour? I apologize for interrupting.
I'm not going to press any of these. None of them are more important than any other commissioner's questions. So please do as you need.
Okay. Well, this is not to preclude you from continuing. It's simply to press a pause so we can have this discussion. So the way we have left this, and this is for the commission, and I want us all to be on the same page, and if we're not, to hear from folks. I believe with a development of this magnitude and importance for the city, that every commissioner who has begun this conversation should have the opportunity to be here at the conclusion when we make the ultimate recommendation to City Council. Commissioners volunteer a lot of time, and they set aside time for agendized and calendared meetings, as you know. So, which is why we have the one for tonight. And we have our next one scheduled for 2 weeks from now, November 7th. We've tried to poll and to see if we can get commissioners present at another date this week, and we cannot get all commissioners present. We're coming up at 11 o'clock. We've at least had one, and I would imagine there might be more that would need to leave fairly soon after 11 p.m. I will use my discretion from knowing how we tend to have these conversations that we are not a half an hour from being done. We're probably a couple hours from being done. Everybody is welcome to dispute that. So my assessment is that we should work with staff to get advice about how we can continue this meeting until our next regularly agendized meeting on Monday, November 7th. I completely recognize we've heard from the applicant about their concern about getting this completed before the end of the year. I know the City Council also has to hear this. I don't know what to say about that, but our responsibility, my responsibility is to the Planning Commission having appropriate deliberation, and I believe that's the best course of action. That's my recommendation. I think we need to have a motion along those lines, but before checking with staff, I would like to see if any commissioner believes we should be doing something differently right now, given the situation and the circumstances that I hope I've fairly outlined. Commissioner Barnes.
So mine is in fact a voice of support. I was circumspect of the approach and more along at the outset, more along the lines of, if you can't, for my fellow commissioners, if you can't attend, that's unfortunate, but the business must go on. I am, however, persuaded by your approach, Commissioner DeCarty, for the reasons you laid out, and because this is a large, comprehensive project, and we are, I think, a ways away from having enough substantive conversation to say that we have reviewed this per what's being asked of us. So mine is a vote of support. And look, if the City Council has to call a special meeting, they can do that as well. But if we can't get the commissioners here, then the next meeting's docket has to be cleared for this, and staff's got to figure that out. So I think we want to hear from them about the logistics of that, and be in support should those logistics work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners, especially if the commissioner feels that this potential course of action is not the appropriate course of action, before I turn to staff? Commissioner Riggs.
I don't disagree with your course of action, but I appear to be the only one who was hesitant about going past 11. So if we could go till 11:30, I don't know how much that would help. It might get me and my questions off the table. Since no other hands have been raised yet, I don't know whether other commissioners are still mulling over and editing their lists. But if that helps, I would be willing to hang for another half an hour.
I appreciate that. I'll just use my discretion, Commissioner Riggs. I don't think a half an hour will do that. I'll be honest, I might have a half an hour of questions myself. So, and I can imagine others will. I know Vice Chair Harris said she had others, and we have yet to hear from Commissioners Tate and Doe, and I know Commissioner Barnes had more. I imagine this is going to be longer than a half an hour, but I appreciate your offer of going longer than you were. It's best for given your circumstances. So let me turn to staff, Mr. Parada. If this is the course we want to take, how do we take this course in a way that is fair? Especially, I want to acknowledge that so many people, 80, are still with us right now. So help us understand what we would need to do tonight, and then if we resume at our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the opportunity. So actually, I'm going to ask for if the commission could vote to extend for a few minutes for a recess so that I can talk this over with our legal counsel from the city attorney's office, and then provide a better, more comprehensive update. I think you raised a lot of good points about future agendas. We have noticed the 11/7 meeting, but also need to kind of talk through a few other logistics here. So if we could have maybe a 10-minute recess, probably don't need all that time, but to get on the phone and then reconvene at 11:10 if the commission could stay on for another 15 to 20 minutes, we would appreciate that.
I think, of course, we'll do the best we can. Obviously, we're changing things up and you are doing the best you can. So to the commission, we'll just come back at 5 minutes after the hour and recognize that staff might not be back yet, but we'll be ready to go. So we'll see you at 5 minutes after the hour.
Thank you very much.
Just a thank you to the commission for being here after 11, especially when we didn't vote on that yet. Really appreciate it.
Hey, Chris, I have a question for you. Did you pick up the hard copy of the staff report?
I did not. I took it all downloaded on multiple PDFs.
I'm looking for attachments D, D, and EE. They're missing from my printout, and I was going to ask staff about that. They're referenced on page 18, attachment DD and attachment EE, and I don't see it. I'm wondering if this wasn't included in my packet.
I think BB and EE it's a hyperlink.
Dog, dog, Edward, Edward. DD and EE.
Let me look at it because I thought
I think it's not there. I don't see it. I'm searching for it. And it's not, you're right that it says it's included in attachment DD, but it's not, there isn't a DD.
Yeah, and I think the hyperlink's a bad URL.
Yeah, I know that we ran into issues on the URL. Let me see. If you look at the attachment, let me see. I'm looking at BB. B's and boy, or D's a dog?
So dog, echo are not in there.
They're hyperlinked. Those are the two bad hyperlink, I believe. This should work now. Yes, those two are hyperlink.
They don't work in my downloaded one.
Yeah, let me look at it, because I know there were a few hyperlink that was an issue, and I believe Clay fixed that. Let me look on the version online.
While you're doing that, I believe Mr. Prada is back. So
okay, cool.
Thank you for your help on.
Thank you. Sorry, I was on the phone. Chair DeCardi, did you re-adjourn the meeting just for motion?
Yes, I now formally have us back in session. Thank you for reminding us to do this the right way. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it as well. So thank you. We did have a time to discuss. So a couple of things for the commission's consideration here. The commission certainly could continue this to a date certain to the 11/7 meeting. I do want to start by identifying some of the constraints that we would have to work through there. 11/7, the notice has been mailed out and published, or will be published this Friday in the paper, but the mailing notice has gone out to recipients in the 300-foot radius for the projects. All those items would need to be pushed or continued, if you will, to another meeting. The 11/14 meeting is full with the likely housing element review of the draft EIR, or sorry, not the draft EIR, so the housing element review, and the Hotel Moxie ISM&D and entitlement review. So with that, one other option that the commission may want to consider this evening is the potential to continue to a date certain next week. The 31st is obviously Halloween, with the first being a council meeting. So the second and third could be available to the commission to continue to. The second is a scheduled housing commission meeting that would need to also be pushed then or canceled or rescheduled. So a couple of items for the commission to consider. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chair DeCardi.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, fully considering that we understand from the applicant that there's a concern about timing, just not knowing more than that. Would leave that to your discretion about how to schedule within regularly agendized planning commission meetings. For my principle, if you can poll the commission and all 6 commissioners can be available at a date between now and then for a special meeting, then that would meet the goals of making sure that all 6 were present. If we vote to continue the meeting to some place in the future, where do we pick up? So is there public comment again? Is there a presentation, or do we press pause and then pick up from there, so that we as a commission understand, and also the members of the public who are still with us right now?
Yeah, so I do see our city attorney Neera Doherty here, but before turning it over to her, in terms of the continuation and going back to the polling statement, so the commission would need to continue to a date certain. That would need to be voted on this evening. So the commission would essentially need to poll itself versus staff doing that outside of this meeting in order to continue it to a date. We would otherwise be just continuing it to an unknown date. We need to renotice it. And then in terms of picking it up, it is at the discretion of the planning commission if it is continued to a date certain whether to have public comment or not. With that, I do see Neera's mic is on, so I'll turn it over to her.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, if the commission is interested in continuing the hearing and picking up where you have left off, as in you are at the point of deliberating, then you would need to continue the hearing to a date and time certain. The commission also has the option to adjourn the meeting and not continue and hold a new meeting that would require new public noticing, and we would start the hearing anew. So our recommendation would be to continue to a date and time certain for numerous reasons. One, because it gives staff the opportunity to streamline the noticing requirements, and would also allow the commission to pick up where it left off. I will take the opportunity, if it's okay with you, Chair DeCarty, to just run through some statutory limitations that we have before us. If the commission indeed wants the project to move forward by the end of the calendar year, and I'd let the applicant speak to that if you have questions. I think the applicant already has spoken to that to a certain extent. There needs to be two hearings before the city council, a first reading and a second reading. The first reading and the second reading per state law cannot be more than 5 days. Cannot be less than 5 days apart. The second reading must be at a regular city council meeting. There's only one regular city council meeting in December. It's December 6th. That is the only time that the council could do, that's the latest meeting that the council could do a second reading in 2022 for the reasons, the statutes that I just referenced. So moving back from the 6th, the very earliest that the council could have its first reading would be that final week of November and December, the week starting at the 28th. And then the city has an internal noticing policy that requires 18 days notice for entitlement actions such as this. And moving back from the 28th, that would put us right around the 7th. So if the Planning Commission does continue this hearing until its next regular meeting on the 7th, it just means the council is not going to have the opportunity to continue its first reading and have the project go before the end of the year, unless the council continued it like just within that first week, which may be a possibility. That's not something we've discussed with the city council as of yet. But I did want to just lay out those sort of local and state limitations that we have on scheduling before us.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So I believe the option before us is to go to a regularly scheduled meeting and bump up against everything that both of you have just told us, or in real time to try to poll for next week. Let's at least try to in real time poll for next week, if that's possible. I believe the two dates you said that were available are the 2nd and the 3rd, Mr. Prada. Is that what you're suggesting? Based on the Halloween, based on the 31st, and then based on the 1st being a housing commission meeting. So we're looking at Wednesday the 2nd or Thursday the 3rd. Is that what you're suggesting?
Wednesday the 2nd, sorry, excuse me. Wednesday the 2nd is a housing commission meeting, a scheduled meeting. But that meeting could move potentially for a continued planning commission meeting. The 3rd of which Thursday is available. We can potentially, like I said, make the 2nd available.
All right, so to the commissioners, can you raise your hand first on Wednesday the 2nd? Just put your hand icon up if you are available. All right, that's not working. And what about Thursday? So take them down. And then what about Thursday the 3rd of November? Are you available? Well, I got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so my proposal for us is that we continue this meeting at this point and pick up where we are on Thursday, the 3rd of November, deferring to staff about how to make that all work and to get it scheduled, and assuming it would be a 7 o'clock start. And picking up at this point, is it still okay if perhaps Mr. Parada could set us up and remind us and everybody what we have been through and where we are at this point? Is that acceptable for stopping and then starting again?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we will publish a notice of continuance, and it will enable the public to be notified of the date and time of the meeting in the same way the public is notified of a regular meeting. And then we will start the meeting with an introduction from staff. And then the commission can decide how to proceed from there.
All right, so then what I believe I need is a motion and a second to do exactly that. Could somebody make that and second it, please?
I'll make a motion to do exactly that as outlined by the city attorney.
Thank you. And do I have a second for Commissioner Barnes? I see Commissioner Tate. We have a first from Commissioner Barnes, a second from Commissioner Tate to continue as laid out by staff till Thursday, the 3rd of November. And we will do the vote in alphabetical order. Commissioner Barnes,
Yes.
Commissioner Doe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Riggs,
Yes.
Commissioner Tate.
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. So this is an item F. We have now voted to continue. I believe this now closes item F, but before I do that, I will go to Mr. Parada. Is there anything else we need on that?
No, thank you. That is fine for now.
Okay. So I've now closed item F, and I believe that moves us on to item G, informational items, which I turn over to you, Mr. Parada.
Yes, thank you, Chair DeCardi. So I kind of gave my informational items just now with the 11-7, 11-14 meeting agendas, but on 11-7, we do have a few architectural control applications and single-family homes for use permits and architectural controls for project downtown on Santa Cruz, as well as on Sand Hill Road. And then on 11-14, we do have Hotel Moxie's initial study, MND, and the housing element environmental impact report review.
All right,
So that
thank
concludes
you.
my reports and announcements.
Any questions of Mr. Parada? Vice Chair Harris?
Sorry, can you explain just like another minute about what we will be doing? What is our role for the housing element now that it's come back? This is, I'm assuming it's because we've gotten the letter back from HCD. Yes?
It's a little bit more than that. So let me see. And I admittedly, I'm not as involved in the housing element. Is Deanna Chow still on? I might call on her. She'll need to be promoted, but let's see. Hang on 1 second.
I think it just would help us as we're all kind of planning for kind of what's coming down the pike.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just trying to look that up. So it's a draft EIR public hearing for the housing element. So it's a program, it's an EIR for the housing element. And then it is also a study session on the housing element. So it's related to both the environmental review and the overall housing element. Deanna can probably speak to whether it would incorporate any of the comments we have received from state HCD, but it would be focused on those two items.
Thank you.
Any comment, Ms. Chow? Are we okay?
No, I think I captured the last while we were transitioning. So good evening, Deanna Chow, Assistant Community Development Director. So I think Mr. Parada addressed it. So the main focus will be the discussion of the environmental impact report during its 45-day review period. So providing comments and allowing the members of the public to also provide comments. As Mr. Parada mentioned, we did receive our comment letter from HCD on our initial draft, which was during their initial 90-day period. This city will have an opportunity to review those comments, address those comments, and then resubmit for review with HCD. I don't believe we'll have those comments ready for review during that November 14th period. We're looking to probably get some feedback though from the city, from the Planning Commission on a few topic areas. So we look forward to bringing those items to you on that meeting of the 14th.
Okay, thank you. I do have one other question, Mr. Parada. So we will not have public comment on November 3rd on this item. Will members of the public still be able to submit letters between now and then if they would like to have comments?
Yes, the applicant can, or sorry, the public can submit comment letters anytime throughout the process. So to the extent we do receive comment letters, we will package those up and send them to the commission, or if they're sent directly to the commission, they'll be appended to the agenda.
Terrific, thank you. All right, with that, I'll close this item, which I believe is item G, and we'll move to adjournment. As I do that, I just want to thank every member of the public for being here this evening. We've all taken extensive notes. If you want to make sure and you have not submitted a letter, you can of course do that, and that will come to us before the next meeting. Your engagement is what makes this city work. Thank you for spending the time this evening. To staff, to the applicant, thank you for working through this with us. I know everybody's under a lot of time pressure. And to our fellow commissioners, thanks for getting us to a good outcome. And we will see you next time. And with that, I will adjourn our meeting this evening and have a good rest of your night.
Thank you, Chair.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.